Present.
Tao,
Present.
Harris,
Present.
Smith, Zhang, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle,
Here.
and Mayor Serrato.
Here.
Okay, council will go into closed session to discuss items B1 through B4, and just for the record, there are no members of the audience to leave a public comment.
Thank you, Jen. Wait. How are you? Always good to see you. Everything's good. I got just a cup of 7-Eleven coffee, black, pretty much like gas. doing, James? Good to see everybody. We had a lot going on in closed session, so we'll start a few minutes late. It's about 6:02, or 6:01. We'll start in a couple minutes, so just want to let everybody know. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. Welcome to the June 1st meeting of the Merced City Council. I want to welcome everybody here this evening. Apologize for the late start. We had a lot on our closed session, so we got through it and had to start a few minutes late, so we apologize for that. But we'll get right to it and get going. Again, a lot on the agenda tonight, so we'll move quick, but a lot of big items on tonight, so I want to thank everybody for being here. First, we'll begin with an invocation from my friend, Mr. Shahid Sohail, from the Ahmadiyya Muslim community in Merced. So if everybody could please stand and welcome Shahid. And after that, Councilmember DuPont, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance after that, sir? Good evening, Shahid.
Good evening. Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you. Greetings of peace be on all of you, especially Mayor Sarato, and all council members and all citizens of Merced. God of Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad, peace and blessings be on all of them. The God is most gracious, ever merciful. I'm honored here and humbled to stand before you as a member of our Ahmadiyya Muslim community who believe in the Messiah to lead into invocation. Today I have a special invocation, which is a prayer for seeking elevated spiritual status. In Islam, spiritual development will not realize to its full potential without purifying your heart. This is the invocation of our Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. It says, O Allah, I seek from you guidance for the best way of begging. I pray for the best success, ability to do the best deeds, to get the best rewards, the best life, and the best demise. May we steadfast and make the scale of good deeds heavier. Verify with faith and raise up my status. Accept my prayers and pardon my sins. I seek from you high status in heaven. Amen. O Allah, I seek from you God, good beginning and end of every kind and goodness, and comprehensive words and its beginning and ends, and its open and well as secret, the higher rank in heaven. Amen. O Allah, I beg you to exalt my status and lighten my burden. Straighten my problem and purify my heart. Safeguard my hidden organs and illuminate my heart and forgive my sins. I seek from you high rank in heaven. Amen. O Allah, I beg thee to bless my hearing and my eyesight and also my soul, body, and manners. Bless my family, my life, my death, and my deeds. Accept my virtues. I seek from thy high status in heaven. Amen. I will conclude this with the prayer, which is a prayer, Abrahamic prayer we have, which is Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ala ali Muhammadin kama sallaita ala Ibrahima wa ala ali Ibrahima innaka Hamidun Majid. Allahumma barik ala Muhammadin wa ala ali Muhammadin kama barakta ala Ibrahima wa ala ali Ibrahima innaka Hamidun Majid. Translation is, bless, O Allah, Muhammad and the people of Muhammad, as thou did bless Abraham and the people of Abraham. Thou art indeed the praiseworthy, the gracious. Prosper, O Allah, Muhammad and the people of Muhammad, as thou did prosper Abraham and the people of Abraham. Thou art the praiseworthy, the gracious. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember DuPont. And thank you, Shahid. Always good to see you, sir.
Agenda item D, roll call. Councilmember DuPont,
Present.
Tao,
Present.
Harris,
Present.
Smith,
Present.
Zhang,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Here. And Mayor Serrato.
Here.
Mayor, I'd like to remind the audience that if they wish to address the city council, please submit a green request to speak form located at the podium in the back of the chamber. Additionally, citizens can submit public comment to the city council electronically no later than 1 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Comments received before the deadline will be sent to the city council and will be part of the record and will be mentioned as part of the written petitions and communications portion of the agenda and will also be posted on the city's website. Material may be emailed to cityclerk@cityofmerced.gov, and any correspondence received after 1 p.m. will be distributed to the city council and retained for the official record. Also, for those audience members who wish to hear the council meeting translated into Spanish or Hmong, please let our interpreters know.
Hello. Hola, buenas tardes. Me llamo Mirna Zárate y soy intérprete en español. Si ocupan mi ayuda, voy a estar aquí sentada. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Myrna.
Okay, in accordance with Government Code 54952.3, it is hereby announced that the City Council sits either simultaneously or serially as a Public Financing and Economic Development Authority, Parking Authority, and/or successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency. City Council members receive a monthly stipend of $500 by charter for sitting as the City Council, and the mayor receives an additional $100 each month as part of the adopted budget and Resolution 2024-78. The Public Financing and Economic Development Authority, Parking Authority, and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency receive no compensation. Agenda item E, report out of closed session.
There is no report out of closed session.
Agenda item F, ceremonial matters. F1, certificate of recognition to Diego Castro, school counselor at Hoover Middle School, being recognized as the 2026 California School Counselor of the Year, requested by Mayor Serrato.
Right. Thank you, Jennifer. All right, we have one ceremonial item tonight, and that's to honor Mr. Diego Castro, school counselor at Hoover, for winning a statewide award for School Counselor of the Year. So, Diego, if you come on up and give him a big round of applause. I'm going to put your boss on the spot, too, and ask her to come down as well. Like Councilor Smith as well, former school board member, so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. A few weeks ago, I had the privilege of going to Hoover to speak with the kids there. Ran into Diego, learned that he was School Counselor of the Year, doing extraordinary work there. It just goes to show, too, in speaking with him and seeing everybody, how important your work is, how helping those kids, helping guide them, helping get them to a good spot is crucial. And you know, we thank you for it. And what a credible honor to win School Counselor of the Year for the entire state. So I heard, too, I'll let you guys talk a little bit in a second, but I heard particularly in regards to some of the student absenteeism issues, you did some exceptional work. So I'll turn it over to Councilman Smith, and then we're going to ask your superintendent there to say some nice words about you as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Congratulations, Mr. Castro. So I'm not telling you anything you don't know. The social and emotional health of our kids is critical. If they don't feel good at school, if they don't feel good about themselves, they're not going to learn to read, they're not going to learn to do math, they're not going to be productive. And so the school counselor is the hardest job on campus, in my view. I'm not telling anything you don't know either. You know, 2026, we're still dealing with the challenges of the pandemic for a lot of our students. So thank you for being there. Thank you for being there for Hoover. Appreciate it.
I'll keep mine brief. I think this is a testament to the work that all of our school counselors are doing here in Merced City School District, and Diego is an example, an exemplar of that great work. Not only is Diego committed to the school counseling comprehensive model here in Merced City, which includes social emotional learning, academic advising, as well as college and career readiness, which has really shifted from the time when many of us were in school and we had advisory counselors. So the fact that he is able to provide direct impact in all of these three areas is incredible. He also is RAMP recognized, which is a national certification for comprehensive school counseling program, and also serves on CSU Stanislaus program as an adjunct professor for counselors coming into the profession. So I thank him for all that he does in creating a safe and welcoming environment centered on students in our district.
I want to thank everybody. Thank you so much, Mayor Serrato and City Council, for recognizing the school counseling profession as well. And it has been an honor being the 2026 California School Counselor of the Year. Although it does have my name on it, I do want to reach out and appreciate all of the collaborative effort we have done with all the educational partners, our administrators, our students, our parents, our teachers. They have done a phenomenal job, and thanks to them, we're able to build a data-driven comprehensive school counseling program. And it's a privilege working with students because we're helping them break those barriers, you know, overcoming those obstacles and helping them thrive to meet their maximum potential. So I really want to thank you, all of you, Hoover Middle School, Merced City School Districts, and the previous sites that I have worked at. I really appreciate that you have done so much and put a lot of effort with our profession as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Diego. Merced appreciates you, and we're proud of you, and it's an honor to recognize your accomplishment, and we're proud to have you as part of our community. So that's it. All right. Now it's picture time, most important part.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item G, written petitions and communications. Mayor, the clerk's office received an email from Curtis Thomas regarding agenda item K2, and emails from Strong Towns Merced and Curtis Thomas regarding agenda item K5. The emails were received by the 1 p.m. deadline. They were sent to council and posted on the city's website. Any emails received after the 1 p.m. deadline will be sent to council. Agenda item H, public comments. Members of the public who wish to speak on any matter not listed on the agenda may speak during this portion of the meeting and will be allotted 3 minutes. The mayor may propose a further limit to the time available for all speakers at the discretion of the city council in order to accommodate as many speakers as possible. State law prohibits the city council from acting at this meeting on any matter raised during the public comment period. Members of the public who wish to speak on a matter that is listed on the agenda will be called upon to speak during the discussion of that item. And Mayor, I currently have 4 requests to speak forms.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Okay, if I can get Councilmember Mike Harris, James Moore, Andrea Tolson, and Jay Lewis to the podium to my left, please.
Councilmember Harris.
Good evening. Mike Harris, Merced. Recently, public officials across the country have faced criticism for declining to stand or face the flag during the Pledge of Allegiance. Here at home, we've seen similar choices made by public officials. The Supreme Court made it clear in 1943 that every American has the constitutional right to remain seated or decline to recite the pledge, and I respect that right completely. But tonight, I'd like to explain why I choose to stand and face the flag. As President Ronald Reagan once said, freedom is a fragile thing, and it's never more than 1 generation away from extinction. It's not ours by inheritance. It must be fought for and defended constantly by each generation. For it comes only once to a people, and those in world history who have known freedom and then lost it have never known it again. I stand and face the flag to honor the brave men and women who came before me to create and defend that freedom. I stand and face the flag to honor those who continue to protect it today. And I place my hand over my heart, or as a veteran, render a salute, not because I believe our country is perfect or without flaws, but because I believe in the promise of what America is and what it can become. I believe in liberty. I believe in equal opportunity, and I believe in self-government. I believe in the extraordinary idea that people from different backgrounds, beliefs, religions, and experiences can come together as one nation. To me, our flag represents that shared promise. Not perfection, but possibility. Not uniformity, but unity. When I pledge allegiance to the flag, I am also pledging my continued commitment to help make this country the very best it can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Very eloquent, well put. All right, Mr. Moore, good evening, sir. I forgot, actually, I had to borrow Mr. McBride's copy of the agenda, so I'm listening, but I'm going to step back.
Somebody can get you one, sir, I'm sure. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, members of the public. My name is James Moore. It's been my pleasure for the last 3.5 years to serve as the director of the Merced County Regional Waste Management Authority. We are responsible for the 2 landfills that we operate here in Merced County, along with a number of solid waste and recycling planning initiatives. I'm here tonight to ask for your help in recruiting some citizen members to serve on our Integrated Waste Management Local Task Force. This is a committee that we're required to form by state law. We meet and discuss both our landfill resources, sustainability plans, recycling facilities within the county. And it's the year that we're supposed to do our 5-year review. We need to have this committee engaged in order to develop recommendations to go before our RWA governing board. So I have a few just short documents talking about the program along with the applications. In particular, we are looking for 4 citizen volunteers from within the county. 2 of them have to come from within an incorporated city, and 2 have to come from the unincorporated portions of the county. They will serve along with representatives from our solid waste haulers within the county, our city public works department that serves the city of Merced, along with myself representing the Regional Waste Authority. So with that, I'll just leave these with the clerk, and thank you for your time tonight.
James, thank you. Appreciate you being here, sir. Thanks for your comments. All right, next speaker. All right, welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, Captain. Going to be speaking on the rise of these kids riding their bikes into traffic. I served 18 years as a law enforcement officer, and I can tell you there's nothing more devastating than going to the scene of a death of a child. I'm sure the captain can agree with me. This is a problem for all of us. I encourage community policing. And even though our law enforcement officer over there probably doesn't want to hear, but we need to crack down on these kids. They're reckless. When they're riding a bike, they're subject to the rules of the California Vehicle Code. You could even be cited for reckless driving, causing an accident. So the partnership should be between law enforcement, fire, school officials, and us citizens. And I just want to bring that to everybody's attention because they're getting more and more aggressive. And it's only a matter of time before we're going to read about it or hear about it on the news. And to touch on what the first speaker spoke on about the flag, I'm a veteran. I've served over in many places, and one thing I'd like to call everybody's attention to is you have the right not to look at the flag or salute the flag. But we all work for those 18-year-old kids that are out there. I don't care if you're a general, you're a sergeant major, leader of a company, mayor, president. We all work for them. So that's on your heart if you don't want to stand for my flag. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll invite you back either the next meeting, June 15th, or the first meeting in July. We're not sure yet when, but we're going to address the, we'll have some preliminary discussions about the issue you raised about the bikes. So,
Thank you, sir.
welcome. Yeah, could possibly next meeting or first meeting in July. June 15th or July 7th. 6th, July 6th.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and City Council members, I'm Captain, sorry. I too am here to discuss the issue with the kids riding the bikes. It's all over Facebook. It's through different Merced groups. These kids are blatantly playing chicken with these cars. There's video, there's pictures. None of them wearing helmets throughout the city. There's kids out riding bikes. Nothing's enforced. I'm worried because as somebody who drives, and I'm going to be looked at. You know, we're all going. They're going to cut down. They're going to come down on the driver, and these kids are. I don't know. I don't have the answers to it. I just think it needs to be something that, as a community, we try to come together and figure this out. I don't know if anybody's mentioned it before, but I did mention on Facebook that I was going to come down here tonight and at least address it. I have grown kids, and they rode bikes, but they've never done this. And these kids are scratching cars. My daughter's pregnant and she almost hit one. So, you know, if she gets into an accident, what's going to happen to her baby? So, I mean, this is just people's lives are at stake. And I understand they're kids and they don't, you know, they're doing this dare. But I've noticed in the past 6 months, it's getting worse. So I don't know like I said, I don't have a perfect answer. But I just think that something needs to be addressed, something needs to be done. Because when a kid gets hit, I mean, I don't want to be the one to hit a kid, you know? I mean, yeah, it's their fault, but at the end of the day, I wouldn't want to carry that because they are just kids. So that's it. Thank you.
Feel free to talk to our police officers. Feel free to follow up directly with me if you like, and then keep an eye out, either the June 15th agenda or July 6th agenda. We'll have a discussion.
Thank you.
All right, Jennifer, any other public comment?
That's all we have, Mayor. Oh, it looks like we do have one more coming.
All right. Is that Rochelle? Oh, Rochelle looks serious tonight.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, residents. I wasn't going to speak, but I've been coming for the last couple of months regarding our youth and the violence that's going on. And you've never addressed it, Mayor. But here they come up here and talk about the kids and the bicycles in the streets one time and you address them? When are you going to address my concerns?
Oh, if you're right, I can, Rochelle, we can talk off it, but there's been a lot done, I can tell you, but we can't have this discussion here.
No, but you address them that it will be on the agenda. One of the soon agendas coming up. When is mine going to be on an agenda?
We can't have a back and forth here.
I'm not asking you. I'm just saying, it's funny how they come and say once, and I've been saying it for a couple of months, and you address theirs and tell them when it's going to be talked about.
Yeah. Okay, Rochelle, finish your comment, and then we can't have a back and forth. So finish your comment, and then I'll talk after that.
And so you're saying it's not going to be on the next upcoming city council meeting. Is that what you're saying? That's what you're saying?
Okay. No, I'm saying we'll talk after this. Call me afterwards. Jennifer, anyone else?
That's all we have, Mayor.
Okay.
Okay, agenda item I, consent.
All right, consent. Pull up the screen here. All right, any members of the council have any items they would like to see pulled for separate consideration?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to recuse myself from I-7.
All right, I-7, that's the Bellevue Ranch North final map.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'll have to recuse myself from item I-7 as well.
Okay. All right. All right, any additional items, any additional requests from the council? All right, Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
All right, so we'll pull I-7 for separate consideration. And then is there a motion or any discussion with respect to the balance?
Motion.
Okay. What do you think, Jen? I heard Boyle,
I heard Boyle.
Harris, I think.
Yeah.
Second.
All right, that's okay.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember Harris. The motion will include agenda item I-9, the adoption of resolution 2026-29, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, acting as a legislative body of the Community Facilities District number 2003-2 of the City of Merced, authorizing the establishment of an annual special tax for said district for fiscal year 26-27. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes unanimously. Okay, agenda item, we're at 7, huh?
I-7.
I-7.
Any questions from the council? Daryl's here if we have any questions, our city engineer. If not, I would entertain, Jennifer, there's nothing from the public on this?
We don't have anything.
Okay. Any questions from council, any comments from council, or else I would entertain a motion?
Motion.
Harris and Tao.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember Tao. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2026-24, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, approving the final map track numbered 5431, Bellevue Ranch North Village 24A. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Mr. Jordan, for being there. All right, we'll invite council members DuPont and Smith back in. And that takes us to our public hearings.
Okay, agenda item J, public hearings. J1, public hearing to allow the interested public an opportunity to provide input on the content of the City Council, Public Financing and Economic Development Authority, Parking Authority, and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency of the City of Merced, fiscal year 26-27, proposed budget, and after hearing all comments, continue the public hearing to June 15th, 2026.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. All right, good evening, Venus.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Tonight is the second night and the opening of the public hearing for the city recommended budget for fiscal year 26-27. So last meeting on May 18th, I presented next year's recommended budget, and this year I will be doing very similar presentation. The only difference is I take out a lot of the statistical slides that we talk about and just kind of focus in on the actual budget for next year. I did add one new slide, which is just discussing some state information that has come down recently. I think we talked a little bit about one of them last time. So these are items that could create, again, some additional challenges as we either move through the year or potentially for not necessarily for 26-27, but maybe as we're getting into 27-28. So AB 1383, this is an assembly bill for pension. And my understanding is that it has passed the Assembly and it's now into the Senate. And so we don't have all of the details on this, and especially because it's not all the way through, there could be still some changes to come. But basically, this is a rollback on Public Employee Pension Reform Act that was put into place back in 2013, which helped agencies to reduce their pension costs. So this is a rollback of that, and it would create significant pension increases. So some of what is recommended or part of the bill is to increase pensionable limits. So currently on PEPRA employees, there's a cap to what pay is pensionable. This would increase those limits. It also creates new tiers. It lowers the tier. And they could also go retroactive to actual PEPRA employees. So all of that could cause additional significant increases to our unfunded accrued liability. Also, as part of the Governor's Bay revise, the state is going to start putting sales tax on software. And so although it will give us a little bit of money from our sales tax, our 1% and our Measure C funding, which go into the general fund and the Measure C, we do purchase a lot of software at the city. So not only through the IT department, but all departments have software in their department budgets. And so IT was able to give an estimate and said, based on the software costs in their budget currently, that could be about $125,000 in sales tax that we would need to pay in this next budget, and that was definitely not included in the budget. So I just wanted to kind of put those couple things out there that we're hearing about and that could be causing additional potential stresses on our budget. But now moving into fiscal year 26-27. So it's just an overview and kind of the methodologies in creating the budget. We did include labor negotiation increases of 4%. So this is based on current MOUs that are in place and they go through next fiscal year. Maintenance, supplies, and services, we were able to keep those anywhere from less than a 0% increase to a 2% increase within all the departments that were discretionary, so mainly in your general fund departments. Some methodology changes. So we typically would include estimates of new grants or opioid carryover into the new budget. We are not doing that. We're either bringing them to you as they come or as the opioid is carried over. There's a resolution we're putting in place to be able to carry that over. And so by taking that out, it does not factor into your general fund reserve requirement calculation. In Parks and Community Services, we were able to balance the budget, but a lot of that came from potential one-time fundings. And so although we balanced it for this coming year, that could have potential challenges in the future. PCM fleet replacement, we did not include any in the general fund. We included them in enterprise funds, and if other special revenues funds were able to support that, we did include those there too. As far as some funding allocation that the council would typically give, we did not include community funding, but again, there's an opportunity to add that if you'd like to do that. And that does not affect the shortfall because it's considered a one-time funding. And it does not affect your general fund reserve requirement either. So next fiscal year, citywide, the budget is for $461.2 million. Of that, the general fund is $69.1 million. Enterprise funds make up the bulk of that, $210.6 million. Internal service funds are $59.3 million. Measure funds, which is Measure C, Measure Y, Measure V funding, that's $21.1 million. And then all other operating funds make up $101.1 million. This is the presentation of the general fund budget. So we're estimating the year to start at $11.8 million. We're estimating revenue of $67.2 million. Operating expenditures are $68.5 million. So you see that operating to revenue, we have a shortfall of almost $1.3 million. Some non-operating costs we've added are $401,000. Some future planning costs a little over $2 million. And then you have some projects that are carrying over from prior year for completion. So that's a little over $200,000. So recommended ending balance at June 30 would be about $7.9 million. 5% of that needs to stay within the general fund to meet your general fund reserve requirement of 5% for contingency. So that's $3.4 million. So it leaves funding available of almost $4.5 million. This slide is showing historically what the general fund has transferred to other funds in order to help their operations. So in the past, we've funded airport development services and Parks and Recreation. Development services has not needed a transfer in several years due to the building activity that they've had there and them being able to support themselves. They had some reserve in their fund for several years. So in the years that they didn't have enough revenue, they were able to support themselves with their fund balance. And that's continued to current. The airport has did not need general fund support while they were getting the FAA grant for operating, but in the last 2 years, we have started to supplement their budget there. And so they're getting a supplement of about $350,000. And Parks and Recreation, we have supplemented them over several years and continue to do that. It did increase a little bit this year by 4%, so they're almost at $1.8 million. And then what we've added in this year and in next year's housing admin is now needing some support in order to fund the housing administration operations. And so this year we've added about $30,000 to their to supplement the housing administration fund. Some of the non-operating costs in the general fund that we've included are $60,000 for the enterprise resource planning. So again, this is not for the system itself. This is for temporary help in order to help the implementation process for utility billing. Utility billing is the last module to be implemented, and we're expecting that to be done through September. The election cost of $80,000 we've included. We've also included $150,000 for the compensation study. and the $70,500 for arch projects, which is actually a carryover. It's not new money. This was funding that was dedicated by the council in prior years and just has not been used. So we're carrying that over into next year. Also setting aside $20,000 for Bob Hart Fountain repairs, and parks maintenance is needing to purchase a 3/4 ton truck for $80,000. As far as your set-asides for your financial policies, we're setting aside $405,000 to go to Economic Development Opportunity Fund, $607,500 to go to Affordable Housing Fund, and then you have a little over $1 million that's going into your Trust 115 for pension. So again, these dollars are calculated based on a savings dollar amount from a prior year. So again, this is not affecting your operating budget. It's not affecting your general fund reserve requirement. So moving on to Measure C. This is beginning balance we're estimating at $6.4 million. So these are the three funding funds where we set aside Measure C. Fund 2001 is your old Measure C. There's still some funding left in there from before the new ballot measure for Measure C had been approved. Fund 2030 is your 95% of Measure C funding, which is allocated for public safety, so police and fire. And then you have Fund 2031, which is the 5% of revenue for sales tax, of the 0.5 cent sales tax. And so that is dedicated to roads. So we are estimating to receive $9.3 million in sales and use tax next year for these funding sources. We have a little bit of other revenue, which really is your interest, so $165,000 there. Moving on to expenditures, we're estimating $145,000 in transfers, a little over $10 million in operating expenses, and this really mostly is personnel. We have some acquisitions in the roads area of $530,000 for equipment, and then you have capital improvements that are carrying over from prior years and to be completed, and it's a little over $1.6 million, leaving your budget at, leaving your fund balance for those the Measure C funds at $3.1 million. Here we have Measure Y, which is our cannabis tax. And again, that money is very specific where we have to set it aside 20% for police, 20% for fire, 20% for parks and recreation, and then you have 40% discretionary. But again, that discretionary portion can only be used for those three areas, police, fire, and parks and rec. So we're estimating to start the year at a little over $700,000. We're estimating revenue of $1.6 million. Again, a little bit of other revenue, which is your interest of $32,000. We have estimated transfers in and out. So the $348,000 is coming from the discretionary portion and moving into for parks maintenance. And then on the transfers out, we have the $643,000 transferring out of your 20% allocation and your 40% allocation and transferring over to parks and recreation for operating. We have some other expenses of a little over $1.3 million between police, fire, and parks and community services, and it leaves about $400,000 in your Measure Y fund balance. So a little bit more detail on how we, Parks and Community Services, balance the budget. So Measure Y, again, we talked about the 20% allocation funding the operating, and then you have the half of the 40% discretionary. And then we have $1.7 million transferring from the general fund, so that's a 4% increase from last year. And some additional revenues that Parks and Community Service was able to secure on top of the typical funding they get is they were able to get rate increases for their programming that was approved in December. We also increased some of the field rentals, assuming that CP42 is going to come online next year. So we added $60,000 in those revenues. They had also secured a 3-year donation for Zookeeper, and so we are in year 2 of that donation, and so that would be $76,200. That's included in the budget for that. And they also have an agreement with the Merced City School District which they're contributing. The agreement is actually for a little over $230,000, but some of that portion will come into this fiscal year for junior giants, and then the $196,850 will go into next year, and that will be for flag football and junior basketball. They also secured a grant from CVOF for their outdoor recreation program of a little over $124,000. And then CFD special tax they've gotten for several years, but it does increase every year a little bit based on how many parcels we're adding to the CFD. So for next year, we are assessing a little over 6,400 parcels, which is about $240,000. In addition to that, because there was a little bit of fund balance in Measure Y, and because we know CP42 will be coming online, those ball fields need to be prepped and ready for rentals. We did fund for some of the equipment. So we included $20,000 for a mule gator, $30,000 for a tractor, $20,000 for a very large lawnmower apparently, $15,000 for a turf tank lease, and $5,000 for a storage container, and $2,500 for a trailer to be put out at CP42. So moving on to the police department, the police has 143 positions, and 98 of those are sworn officers. That's included, those positions are included within the general fund, Measure C and CFD. They are also including several part-time positions for code enforcement. So these are CSO temporary positions for code enforcement, and so there are several positions being added in Measure C and in Measure Y. They're also including the replacement of their duty weapons of $105,000. And then we had moved in some operating costs last year because we also had a shortfall last year, and to help with that, we moved in some operating costs, and then we're also increasing them for this year in Measure C. So on the fire side, there are 93 positions in the fire department. 88 of those are sworn officers. So this is within the general fund Measure C and the CFD. Within the general fund, they are proposing to delete 2 battalion chiefs and add 2 division chiefs. We had also included an equity adjustment for the fire chief position. Again, this position only makes 1% more than the deputy chief. And so in order to make that more equitable, we added a 9% to make it a 10% differential. The SAFER grant positions are included, and that grant expires in March of 2027. So there is a quarter where they are, the general fund is funding them. It's not funded by the grant. We also know that the NOFA was released for the FEMA, and we now know that we do not qualify to apply for any retention grant to keep the 24 officers. So this will definitely be something that we need to look at for the next fiscal year. Although we're including them for 26-27, this will be another challenge for 27-28. So some of the items that were included by the fire department for next year for Measure Y are the purchase of 2 cardiac monitors for $120,000. They also included $80,000 for weed abatement, so continuing with the code enforcement and knowing that that's council priority. And then they've added $11,000 for a narcotic safe for the ALS program. In administration under City Council, there's an item later on tonight where there was a recommendation by the Stipend Setting Commission to increase the council stipend. And so if it is approved as recommended, that increase, that would need to be added to the budget, and that amount is $23,575. If there's a different amount that's approved, then we would have to do the calculation on what that would be. In the city manager's department, they are adding 2 part-time interns, and then we're deleting 2 peer support specialists because that grant expired in December. those employees that were funded under the CalVIP grant had actually resigned, and so it was timely with the grant expiring. We've included, again, the $150,000 for the compensation study. In the city clerk's division, we are adding one part-time deputy city clerk, and this is to help with the SB 707 requirements and for public record requests. Under human resources, we've added one HR director, the cost of $217,000. And of course, I break down what the general fund cost of that would be. So $95,000 is being paid by the general fund, and all other funds are paying $122,000 of that cost. Under information technology, there's an additional cybersecurity specialist position for a cost of $154,000, and then there's the breakdown of general fund to other funds. They are also including end-of-life server replacements for $80,000, and then wire access point replacements for $30,000. And again, we did not include any cost towards the ERP system itself. We've funded that for several years, and we feel that that is fully funded and does not need additional allocation through final implementation. In the general fund, RDA residual, we had added quite a bit of revenue last year, about $1 million. I've increased that to $2 million for next year, and with the payment, the payoff of the DOF settlement now, and that is complete, we do feel comfortable in being able to add this RDA residual towards operating costs within the general fund. Again, we're carrying over the arts funding of $70,500, and again, we've not allocated any community funding. Development services, they were able to increase their fees, which the council approved in April. And based on that, they were able to balance their budget. It also created a new fee for a general plan update. And so we created a new fund to set aside those fees. It's 5% of certain building permit types, and that funding would set aside in that fund until they were ready to do future general plan updates, work on the housing element and zoning codes. In the Housing Administration Fund, we've talked about how the general fund is now needing to supplement them this year, and now there's a proposed amount for next year. So their deficit is $159,000. It's assumed that they work on affordable housing about 80%. And so $127,000 of that would come from the affordable housing to supplement them. And then the 20% is non-affordable housing items that they work on. So that's $32,000 that would come from the general fund. In downtown, we're increasing the PBID to 2%, and that's based on the PBID board recommendation or request. For TBID, we're estimating a 3% increase, and we base that on what we're seeing in TOT increases. Again, we were hoping to have the sale of the Bell Station completed this fiscal year, but that will likely not happen until July or August of next year. We did not include a budget for the Bell Station, but since we know that we'll need one for at least a few months into the new year, that's something that will come on the errata for you to approve in the next budget, next council meeting when you're approving budget. So the airport, they're completing the new terminal. They're gonna have a new carrier, Contour Air, and because of that, we were able to increase some of their revenue in the airport, but we are still needing to supplement them from the general fund by $350,000. It's a little bit less than last year, but it is still quite a bit there. So they are still continuing to look for other opportunities to increase revenues in the airport that could help offset that for future years. So in the public works, some of the staffing changes there are they're adding 3 maintenance workers, 1 in streets and 2 in refuse. They're deleting a water distribution quality assurance tech, and they're adding a water distribution operator 3 in the water division. And in fleet, they are adding a storekeeper. So that is a cost of $94,000. That is an internal service fund. So that charges back to departments to pay for that. So the general fund pays $17,000 for that position, and all other funds pay about $77,000. Some of the projects that Public Works has added into the budget and requested are resealing the roof for the skater room out at the courtyard, and also some service center partitions for the offices of $17,000. For fleet, they're looking to purchase some oil containment tanks for $30,000 and a carport out for the Highway 59 shop of $50,000. In the Civic Center, they're wanting to do the third floor fire alarm for $13,000 and to replace the restroom partitions in the first and second floor for $28,000. So for Measure C, the roads 5% allocation, Public Works is looking to purchase a 3/4 ton truck of $80,000 and a 10-wheel dump truck for $250,000. And they're also purchasing a shared boom truck. So 25% share of that truck is $200,000. Some of the projects they're adding for the enterprise funds are the wastewater programmable logic controller for $3.4 million. And then they're also adding some asphalt repairs to the courtyard that the water and refuse division will have shared costs. So that's a total of $350,000. So the 50% of the 40% discretionary portion of Measure Y remains for park maintenance. And so what is proposed to fund for next year is continued bike path maintenance, which we've been putting in the budget for several years, and continued tree trimming of $100,000. They also set aside funding for just park maintenance when parks need it for $75,000. We are adding the McNamara pool fence and Ada Givens pool fences, $35,000 each. And then we're including the $25,000 required playground deductibles for, these are two parks that their playground were set on fire. And so we will get the cost is about $100,000 for each park. So we're putting in the $25,000 deductible, and the insurance will pay the offset to be able to replace those playgrounds. We also included the $30,000 for Rahili Park. It's a one-time fee for the cellular tower agreement. And so that is proposed to happen next fiscal year at the end of December, around December is what I'm understanding. So we did include it. So although we haven't set a lot of the money we're getting for roads to projects yet, there was just some small projects that there were requests. And so one of them was the Bellevue Road bike path. So we're adding $300,000. So this is a project we're doing in coordination with UC Merced. Then these next two projects, Public Works does a little bit every year. And so they're adding another $100,000 for the APS Polera push buttons at schools project, and then $40,000 for downtown concrete light poles. And then the new project is $200,000 to be added towards Craig Drive rehab. So this is just to show the funding that we have available for roads projects, and it's being set in projects to be determined until projects are identified for this funding. And then we have a little bit of Measure C roads, which is unappropriated, and when it's ready for a project, we would come to council to appropriate that funding. So altogether, with all these fundings, there's about $11.9 million. And I know it got brought up last time about Measure V, and so I did just want to point out that our Measures V funding is set aside in two different funds. So we have 2008, which is we're required to spend 20% of that money on alternative modes, and then 2009, 80% is in local transportation. So we do keep that funding separate from all other funds, and just to make sure that we are receiving that money and spending it on what we're supposed to be spending on for roads. Okay, so we're getting to the end of the presentation, and as we talked about, we do have a $1.3 million shortfall in the general fund operating to revenue. And so these are some recommendations. And of course, any other recommendation that the council would like us to look into, we can do that too. But first one would be to leave it as is. So even though you are out of balance, there is fund balance in the general fund that could absorb the 1.3 million. You would just leave that as is. That wouldn't be a forever fix. We could probably do that for 1 or 2 years. And again, the downfall to that would be that if we ever wanted to go out for any kind of a debt, it would impact our credit rating. The second option would be to transfer. So we've talked about the reserve, and we have money set aside in another fund that meets your reserve requirement. So based on this operating fund in the general fund, we are overfunded there by $740,000. So it would be transferring back the $740,000 from that fund into the general fund. And then we can also transfer operating police costs of $150,000 to the CFD. We could transfer $250,000 of police and fire costs into Measure C. And then the balance we can take from the Trust 115, which we allocate funding and set it aside for pension. But we are able to move in funding that is supposed to be used to pay pension. So again, this could be a 1-year fix. The third option is similar to the second. The only difference is that you would, if you wanted to identify or wanted us to identify any other type of expense reductions, then we could do that and propose and try to clear the shortfall that way too. Otherwise, it would be moving in the overfunded from the reserve, and then any balance of that would come from the Trust 115. So these last two slides are really about your direction. The last slide is basically asking if you wanted me to put in community funding or any other requests. So however you guys want to discuss and kind of work through those and propose different options so that we can come back to you next meeting with an errata list of what you were wanting to see, and then making those changes part of your adopted budget.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. As always, appreciate all your exceptional work in putting the budget together. We all know how hard you work, how good you are at it, and how complex everything is, but you make it look easy. So we have, first we'll start with questions from council. As most of the people here know, the budget process is a long, lengthy process that staff works on for quite a while. City manager, city finance officer, in conjunction with all the departments. We have our council involvement as well, and then our first meeting is historically the first meeting or the second meeting in May, and then we have our 2 public hearings, this one and then our last public meeting, which will be June 15th, when we'll finalize the budget. All right, first, any questions from council? It's a public hearing tonight, so we'll take initial questions from council, and then we'll turn it over to the public, and we'll bring it back to council for discussion and direction. All right, first questions from council. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, for the excellent presentation.
Thank you.
I think I have 3 questions. Can you please go to your slide number 8? So my question is, I want to get a little bit more clarity as to what we're talking about with these 2 line items, Economic Development Opportunity Fund and Affordable Housing Fund. These are proposed transfers from the general fund?
Yes.
Into these funds?
Correct.
Is there a minimum reserve requirement for either fund beyond general accounting principles?
There's not a minimal, there's not a minimum. The policies set a maximum that we can set over there, but there's no minimum.
What's the maximum for the Economic Development Fund?
Sorry.
Is it more than $405,000?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And is the maximum for the Affordable Housing Fund more than $607,500?
I do know that one is $5 million. So
Okay.
there's a max to set of $5 million over there.
And this is monies we'd be adding to whatever else is in the fund so that council and the city have discretion
Correct.
in these areas to fund projects as they come up in the next
Yes.
budget year.
That's right.
Okay. Back to your last slide, I should have been more organized, but I don't expect you to go back to it. Can you explain for people like me who can't do math, how it is that if we add back $85,000, $100,000 in community funding, that will not impact the deficit?
So if you look at this slide, the community funding comes under the below the line non-operating. So it's not impacting this because it's considered non-operating.
I mean, I get that, but the money comes from somewhere, right?
Within the general fund. So you'll just, this will be less by whatever amount of money you allocate.
Okay. And then final question for me at this point. You had a slide up there about where the park's expenditures are going. I didn't see General Vang Pao Park or Alita June Playground. Is that still on track for design, build, and groundbreaking this coming budget year?
I'm going to say yes, and probably Chris Jensen or engineering could probably answer that better. But the reason you don't see it here is because it's in a capital fund. And it's a separate fund that houses all of the parks and community services capital projects. So it's separate from your operating.
Got it. No, I don't need to drill down. Just want to keep my eye on that. So thank you for your answer. That's all I have right now.
All right, Councilmember Dupont.
If you could go back or go forward to slide 8, the enterprise resource planning, can you explain what that is?
Yes, so that is temporary help. So people that come in and help us. So what happens right now is when we're working on the implementation, full-time staff is taken from their job like 2 to 3 days, full days a week in order to implement the new system. And so somebody has to backfill them at least a little bit in order to keep that work, the day-to-day work and operations to continue. So that is for staffing to help that process. So we hire temporary staff to help us take the payments over the counter or to do this kind of easier things. And then the full-time position that would normally do that is working on the implementation of utility billing.
So is this one position, two temporary?
It's two positions.
What department?
Finance.
If you could go to, or you can just answer this question, the storekeeper, you had said that it's being paid by Public Works. Is that position housed in Public Works or is it housed in a different department?
It's housed in Public Works in the fleet division.
Okay. No further questions currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you. I just need a clarification. You're on my first slide, slide 8, for the Affordable Housing Fund. It says $607,000. But then if you go to slide 16, it says $127,000. So what are these two different line items, I guess?
Oh, so where the $607,500, that is the allocation from the general fund going to Affordable Housing Fund. This right here is coming from Affordable Housing Fund and going into Housing Administration Operating Fund. So it's like general fund is funding this fund, and then this fund is then funding Housing Administration. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all your work on this, Ms. Rodriguez. Slide 6.
6.
Can you explain a little bit about what future planning entails?
Yep. So if your future planning, it's this. It's this. So it's your financial policies that you've set, and every year at budget, we come and we say, based on the calculation that was determined when you set these financial policies, these are the allocations for these areas. So your financial policies currently have, so the way that these work, and I can bring it to you next meeting if you wanted to look at the calculation, but for instance, if we say the general fund has an uncommitted balance of $8 million at the end of fiscal year '25, we take that $8 million and we say 45% of it is $2,025,000. And that money then gets divided between these three areas: your Economic Development Opportunity Fund, your Affordable Housing Fund, and your Trust 115. And this is also a percentage. So affordable housing is 30% of that 45%. And I can't remember the other percentage off the top of my head, sorry. But that is how these are created. And then on top of that, if this operating budget required additional set aside for your reserve, the 25% set aside, then that would also be part of this. But for this year, because it's overfunded, we don't, I have a zero there, right? But this is the future. This is what if you add this up, it's that $2,025,000 that's on the other slide.
So that's usually a pretty accurate number, and it doesn't,
Unless you change it at this stage, which you can do, I set those numbers based on those policies that are already approved policies.
all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Jean.
Venus, can you remind me what's the budget for Parks and Community Service?
I believe it's 3.9 million.
And then how much of that is coming out of the general fund?
Hang on, I got it here somewhere.
I believe it should be a slide 11 or close to there.
A little over 1.7 million.
Okay. And then how about for police and fire? What's the total operating budget for each of those? And how much of that is coming out of general fund?
I don't have that off the top of my head. Hang on a second. Are you looking for all of PD or just within the general fund?
It would be all of PD and then what's in the general fund.
So PD within the general fund is it's almost $31 million. And then you have, so I can tell you each individual fund that funds PD, but I don't have a total. So you have Measure C, police has 1.1, sorry, hang on a second. The old Measure C fund has 1.1 million. Measure Y has 378,000. The new Measure C with the 95% allocation, it's 5.5 million for police. And then you have CFD, which is 2.8 million.
Okay, and then how about for fire?
$21.5 is general fund. And then you have Measure Y, which is 377,000. Measure C, the old Measure C is 1.4. The new Measure C is 3.6. And then you have CFD, which is, oh no, I'm sorry, that was the 1.4. The old Measure C, I think, was 480,000.
480K. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jean. Venus, is the 3.9 for parks, is that just Parks and Rec programming, or does that include maintenance as well?
That's maintenance too. Oh, I'm sorry, not park maintenance. That's just programming.
That's just
Park
programming.
maintenance within the general fund, that's a different, do you want to know that one? Yeah.
That's okay. But we have that for programming, then there's also maintenance, then there's also capital projects as well.
Right. So 3 million of park maintenance within the general fund.
Okay, so 3.9 total for programming, 3 million,
Park maintenance.
and then is there more from other funds for park maintenance?
Yes, there's CFD. Hang on a second. Let me find it. $600,000 from CFD park maintenance. And then you have the park maintenance within Measure Y. which is not a lot. It's a like 300,000 maybe or so.
All right. Then there's parks capital projects as well, such as CP 42,
Right.
the improvements made to app, but on and on. Okay. Fang Pao. Councilmember Dupont.
How much is the finance budget from general fund?
Okay, so the finance budget in total is a little over 5 million, but because we do the admin allocation and the direct service charge allocation, so what is actually absorbed within general fund revenues is about 1.4 million.
Slide 5.1, expenditure summary, sorry, in the budget itself, says general fund is 5.4 finance.
So the expenditures are all within the appropriation is all within the general fund. So that's the case with all of these, right? City council, city manager, city attorney, but all of those departments, they all get revenue back from allocating to other departments.
General fund dollars are coming back to the departments.
Yes, yes. So for instance, we charge out to public works departments, right? And all of those, yes.
So the 5.4 is going out to other departments and coming back to finance, but is still a general fund source.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, additional questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll open the public hearing. It is 7:17. And Jennifer, do we have any requests to speak from the public?
We have 4 requests to speak forms.
Okay.
5.
5, all right.
Okay, if I can get the speakers to the podium to my left. Monique Torres, Ashley Marie Suarez, Rocio P., Daisy, and Latanya Richard.
All right. Hang on a second, Latanya, we gotta wait. I apologize.
No worries.
Can you please wait? We have to call we have to call them in order. I'm sorry. Sorry about that, Latanya. All right. I think it was Monique was first.
Yeah.
Okay, Monique Torres.
Hi. Hi, Mayor.
Hello, good evening, welcome.
Hi, I'm Monique Torres from Southside Merced, and I am not in favor of the city's budget allocation. I think that the budget should invest funds for the eviction protection program, and it should at least be around 800,000. I want the city to prioritize tenant protections right now. Existing resources do not help undocumented people or people who only get tenancy termination notices. I want the people to also get help. That's why I want the city to invest in at least 800,000 for the eviction. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. All right, next speaker. Actually, I believe that was you, but Jennifer, correct. Jennifer and Kirsten.
Sorry, before I start, is there anyone that can provide interpretation for Spanish?
I'm right here.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mirna.
Our Spanish interpreter.
Perfect.
Just the person for the job.
Good evening, Council. I'd like to share a few community priorities that relate to the budget recommendations. To start us off, residents would like to see funding set aside to develop the South Merced Community-Specific Plan and replace the one from 2007. The plan must include a holistic understanding of community conditions, priorities, implementation efforts, and clear commitments that for land use planning compatible with resident priorities, including access to opportunities such as grocery stores and active transportation improvements. By improving this plan, the city will plan to facilitate future development in a way that aligns with community needs. Additionally, Additionally, the city should keep its promise to fix roads and install mobility infrastructure that was promised to residents. Specifically, South Mercedians are asking for sidewalk improvements, public lighting, installation of stormwater drainage to prevent flooding, and repaving roads. These demands have been delayed for far too long, specifically speaking and referring about the Childs and South Canal project. We urge the city to allocate separate funding that will address these historically disinvested neighborhood roads instead of solely focusing on arterial streets. To address housing issues, specifically likely scenarios where tenant units get an order to vacate notices and owners might not have money to assist with providing benefits for tenant relocation assistance, we're asking the city to allocate $250,000 of its general fund dollars and its affordable housing dollars in combination with revenue generated from the housing code violation penalties that will come into play later to advance benefits to displaced tenants in the event that their unit has an order to vacate and that the owner of the unit does not pay. This program would decrease the risk of households experiencing homelessness. Similarly, we strongly recommend that council allocate at least $800,000, as mentioned by the previous speaker, in discretionary dollars and apply for grants to establish an eviction protection program or at least an eviction prevention program that will assist all persons regardless of immigration status, considering that existing resources do have restrictions as to who qualifies and who's able to get assistance. This program can focus on fighting illegal terminations of tenancies and evictions before it becomes an actual unlawful detainer. Many tenants are facing retaliation as a result of reporting uninhabitable conditions, and a lot of the retaliatory actions include terminations of tenancy that result in evictions, oftentimes illegal evictions. And so the council can choose to run a pilot program and assist these households that need it the most. Not everyone, because we know funding is limited, but at least prioritizing those that need it the most. Partnering with existing law firms that have experience in dealing with these cases can greatly address the gaps. And especially considering not everyone qualifies for services by local legal aid providers, this would be extremely helpful in bridging that gap. If there are any questions or concerns about these community identified programs, we're happy to arrange a meeting between council members, city staff, and residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. All right, next speaker.
It should be Rocio.
All right, good evening, Rocio.
Hi, mi nombre es Rocío Peña.
Hi, my name is Rocio Peña.
Yo vengo a apoyar el proyecto de eviction.
I come to support the eviction program, the protection program.
Yeah, protection program. Esto es para la razón
This is for the reason
hay más personas
there is more people
que necesitan de este programa
that they need from this program.
y también se contaminaría menos la
And also there
ciudad
would be less contamination in the city
con este programa.
with this program.
También considero
And also I want to consider
que hay calles que
that there are streets
están muy destruidas,
that are very destroyed,
como Meadows,
like Meadows, Loughborough,
de R Street.
R Street.
Y también considero que
And
los
also I consider that the
parques
parks,
no están teniendo un
they're also not having
mantenimiento
the well maintenance that they should be having.
y necesitan más playgrounds
They need more playgrounds
for the kids.
para los niños, for the kids.
También considero que
And I also consider that
hay algunos lugares
there are some places
donde son para recreación de los niños
that they're for kids for recreation,
y también están destruidos
and they are also destroyed,
como la pista de patinaje.
like the skateboarding. I already forgot how you say it. Where they skateboard, la pista. The speedway, or I don't know.
Skate park.
The skate park.
Skate park, Y sí considero también
And I also consider
que
that
debería de haber más
there should be more
vegetación,
more vegetables, more vegetation,
árboles,
trees.
Pues más que nada estoy
More than
aquí,
anything, I am here.
Hay
There is
un presupuesto
there is a budget
de cierta cantidad
of a certain amount
que sería
would be
considerable
considerable
para apoyar
to support
más los programas
more the programs,
protección de inquilinos
protection for renters,
y arreglo de calles
and to restore the streets
y distracción para los niños.
and attraction and recreation for the children.
También
Also,
este es otro tema.
this is another topic.
Yo estoy a favor de la ordenanza.
She says that es diferente.
Ese es next. Okay.
Okay, it's another topic. Okay.
Thank you.
Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Daisy Ramos Acosta. I'm a Merced resident. I'm from South Merced. My children have all grown up there. I came to Merced when I was around 10 years old, after my parents got divorced. We were just looking for a better life. When I moved here, I was expecting for my life to be better, and I went through some hurdles. I had my kids young. I had my first child at the age of 14. She's now a college student, and she attends Mercy College. So my life took a little turn for the worst. After I was evicted from my unit, I reported mold, and I reported and followed all the protocols. I reported to code enforcement. I did everything by the book, and I was still evicted. April 21st, 2026, we were evicted and we're not homeless. So I'm here speaking on my experience as a poster child, if you want to call it that. Too many families are having a housing crisis. And I believe that there should be relocation assistance and meaningful tenant protections. I'm asking council to consider investing $250,000 to support our community with tenant relocation assistance and strengthen tenant protections, and allocate $800,000 to prevent tenant evictions. There's no reason why any family should feel like they're not welcome in their own community. I believe that these protections are needed and they're not a luxury, they're a necessity. I'm a perfect example of what could go wrong, even though I followed everything by the book. I think that the community needs more support with that, more support and more, if you guys can invest and just even consider investing and putting back into the heart of Merced, because South Merced is the heart of Merced for me. And that's just my humble opinion here. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Latanya.
Latanya. Anybody else, Jennifer? Any other speakers?
It looks like Blanca wants to speak as well.
Good evening, council, mayor, residents. I'm Latanya Richard. I'm here to give direction and to ask the council that they spend the $607,000 that is currently available in the affordable housing funds to allocate $250,000 to fund a tenant relocation assistance program. The money could be used to hire a manager or an employee to operate the program, which can assist 15 families get security deposits, first month's rent, and utility connection costs. This could be a one-time program. The affordable housing funding can also be used to assist people that are at risk of homelessness, including but not limited to rapid rehousing, rental assistance, supportive case management services, rehabbing and preserving our current housing supply, environmental cleanup, or even use the money for home ownership programs like down payment assistance and assistance for budgeting classes. This matters to me because I know how hard it is to quickly come up with the money to move, especially when you have your health and you put your trust and health into a landlord who more than likely nothing will happen to. I ask that you reassess the use of affordable housing fund and general fund dollars to help the people who will be fined or jailed if they end up living on the street. And as a side note, I see that you're cutting peer support specialist jobs. So I'm just gonna give you this quote from the West Wing since you're politicians. There's a man down in the hole. And he's out in the hole, he's yelling up, and a doctor walks by. He says, "Doc, help, I'm down in this hole." Doc looks at him, writes a prescription, throws it in the hole, and walks away. There's a priest that walks by. He says, "Father, please help me, I'm down in this hole." His father makes the sign of the cross, sorry, Catholic guilt, and makes the sign of the cross, throws a prayer down and walks away. But then a friend walks by, and he says, "Friend, please help me, I'm down in this hole." And that friend jumps in the hole with that man. And the man says, "Hey, what the hell are you doing? Now we're both stuck in this hole." And the friend turns to him and says, "Yeah, but I know the way out." Police are not trained for mental health emergencies, period. Having people who have experienced being anxious, being unable to speak, being neurodivergent, hearing voices, or anything, having a person who has been there is way more helpful than bringing the police. The police response is more likely to get someone 5150 killed or injured. You cannot police your way out of mental illness. You cannot police your way out of homelessness. 80% of a budget, and you guys are claiming broke all the time, but you still put the money in dumbass, excuse the expression, but dumbass programs. These are real human beings. Real live human beings who are on the street right now experiencing horrible mental health challenges, but you're gonna send the police out there and find them. If they can't afford to eat, how are they gonna pay a fine? If they can't afford to find a place to live, why put them in jail? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm out here reiterating similar messaging just to consider as we draft the budget and continue to draft the following year's budget to keep in mind about the needs of Merced residents. One of the things that I speak on a lot is housing. So speaking on that again, especially to consider, as the message has been shared before, we do have a lot of residents that live in Merced who are also undocumented, and a lot of them do not qualify for support or assistance. And so just wanted to reiterate, $250,000 seems reasonable. We don't know the budget like you do, so maybe you come up with a different number. But just want to reiterate that it's important that we continue to keep in mind. I know I've heard the council say before, the need is much bigger than the help really, the need is much bigger than what the support can be given sometimes, but still wanted to reiterate, as we move forward, this year's budget and the following year's budget, to continue to consider tenant protections, representation for tenants, and other alternatives to support our tenants. Thank you.
Thank you, Blanca. Jennifer, any additional speakers on the budget?
That's all we have, Mayor.
All right, 7:34, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for additional discussion and direction. And again, we'll have another public hearing on June 15th to finalize the budget. All right, turn over to my colleagues. Any additional questions or comments? LaTanya, real quick, I want to respond to one thing you said. We have the county has the mental health departments. They have the mental health department with a significant, I'm not sure the exact budget, but hundreds. I think it's in excess of $100 million, if not mistaken. But they have the mobile crisis unit. So everything you say about partnering with mental health workers is done. The county mobile crisis unit goes out to a lot of homeless-related calls, other calls. They have a number of stabilization services as well. But just kind of the way it works out is they provide the mental health workers, and the budget's bigger than our police department budget for sure. Even it's countywide, but still, it's still, I think it's a lot bigger than our police department budget. And then we have the police, and they partner. I'm sure Captain Perez can talk a little more too about some of the partnerships that we have with the mental health department. So, just one preliminary comment in response to your question. Councilmember DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could have Director Jensen come up, I have some questions specifically to Parks and Community Services. Director Jensen, in the proposed budget, youth basketball and youth football programs used to have a revenue source of roughly 25,000 and 10,000. This year it's zero. Can you explain as to the reasons why, or if that's correct or not correct?
I think it's an indication alluded to by Mrs. Rodriguez earlier about the contract that we were able to get through Merced City School District. One of the things that the contract doesn't pay for is any students that we serve outside of that district, which would include Weaver, private school, homeschooled students. So there is a proportion of revenue that we would expect outside of that particular district.
So that zero may not actually be zero?
It may be an underestimate of what we would bring in from other districts.
You may not have these questions or answers, but also in your expense sheet, you have contingency reserve. Your department request was about 8,100. The city manager recommendation is 11,000. Do you have a idea as to the increase of that?
Could you reference the page, Mr. Dupont?
12-7.
Okay.
So typically, there's a fish and game program that Parks and Community Service does where they collect money from Fish and Game every year. But until we know that we're getting that for sure, we don't release funding for them to be able to use until we know we have that money. So that's typically around the $8,000 range. The additional couple thousand was basically by the time we finished putting in all of the revenue sources and making changes, their budget ended up with like $3,000 left. And so we just put that last $3,000 into the contingency just to zero out, because we typically like to zero out, like leave their budget to zero out.
As an expense?
Yeah, because so they had more revenue than expenditures by about 3,000. So we just put that into contingency.
Okay. You also have community support. Department head request was 8,000, and you have a city manager recommendation of 18,000.
So that has to do with the outdoor recreation program. Part of the requirements was, so by the time we were working on the city manager version, Director Jensen had told us that he was approved for this grant, and so that we made changes based on the requirements of the grant. It's correct, right? The grant requires the community support, like stipends for the recreation program.
I can address it. Thank you, Mr. DuPont. The outdoor recreation program has in the model stipends for any young adults that we have doing the vocational training part of that program. Initially, we didn't put it in the ask, and so after speaking with Mrs. Rodriguez, we set some money aside in case that wasn't funded, almost like a match, which is often required by grants. That proportion actually ended up being funded by the CVOF application.
Okay, so the 18,000 is covered by that 126?
Not the 18. There's still a contribution. The original request from our department is specific to a few years ago, the city council allocated a scholarship fund. So any students that can't afford or are not covered by the MCSD after-school contract with the LOP services can still qualify for those scholarships and have their attendance in our program covered.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No further questions for Director Jensen. Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez, in the airport budget, there's a contingency reserve of 20,000, which has never happened in that department.
Sorry, I don't have the details. I'd have to look and
Okay,
bring
thank
it
you.
back to you in the next meeting. I can respond to that in the next meeting.
Thank you. No further questions at this point.
Anybody else? Councilor Jean. Floor is yours, sir.
I guess first off, Venus, Could you remind me how much ARPA dollars we have and when that is set to expire?
So ARPA, we need to use, expend the funding. Trying to remember. Wasn't prepared for ARPA questions. So by December of 31st of 2027, we have to have it all spent. Is that right? Sorry, this year, 26. I was like, I don't think that's right. December 31st of 2026, we have to have it completely spent and reported and everything. And I can't remember, so there's several different projects that are currently being worked on, and I can't remember what the balance is, but we probably have about maybe $9-10 million left that we're still working to finish out. Plus, I think we got some funding from county's ARPA, which we're still working on CP42 to use those dollars too.
Okay, thank you. And for any of the ongoing projects that were part of ARPA, we currently don't have any allocation from the general fund to supplement those programs to continue through the rest of the fiscal year. Is that correct?
For ARPA projects?
Correct.
Yeah, the ARPA projects that we're working on now are just one-time capital investment type of thing. So there's nothing that would be an ongoing. So there's even for maintenance, right? So if we're doing capital projects, there's not maintenance money or anything that's.
Okay, so for example, with the youth job program, I think we have like $2.5 million or so in there. That program ends in December, and then we're not going to continue that past.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so then I guess my question is, why are we looking at the SAFER grant and trying to put general fund dollars into a grant that is expiring and trying to maintain that grant after the expiration of the. Why are we maintaining those positions after the grant expiration date when we don't do the same with other programs or other grants? So if we look at the, well, it would be a good answer. How about I leave that first?
Chief Wilson would probably better answer this question, but I believe when they applied for that grant, it was to get positions on board and trained for potentially opening Station 56, because I think he's mentioned in the past that you can't just hire brand new positions and put them out in a new station. They have to have people that are trained up or know our program, and then once you open that station, you'd set them out there.
I understand that, but then for us to reserve money for positions to extend the SAFER grant doesn't make sense to me. When we are eliminating the peer support specialist positions that were funded under the CalVIT grant, right? Those we didn't look to extend them. Is that correct?
Did we not? I'm sorry, I'm not that familiar with if they were going to try to extend them or not. I think by the end, well, Scott looks like he can answer that question for you.
Yeah, Councilmember, we got people that can help you. The CalVIT specialists actually left before the program even was completed. I guess I'm having a difficult time with understanding your questions, but if I can maybe rephrase it back so I can understand what you're asking me, or asking our staff. You're asking, why would we try to preserve 24 firefighters? Is that your question?
That were funded through the grant that is set to expire.
Okay. So do you want to eliminate 24 firefighter positions? Is that what you're implying?
I'm implying, what I'm saying is that if a grant expires, typically a position that is funded through a grant disappears along with that grant. And so if we're looking at this like any other grant, we do not extend a position, right? Everybody understands that a position through a grant is a temporary position.
Anything else, Mr. Brown? Okay.
And then the other point I wanted to make here was that when I was asking specifically with regards to PD and fire, their budget, last council meeting when we had this discussion, I asked the same questions with regards to a slide that has been removed since then. And that was showing the breakdown of parks and community service, their budget and expenses, and I asked for that to be replicated for police and fire. And so I'm not quite sure I understand why that slide was removed as well. No, it's not in this slide.
We have all the slides, right?
I have it, like if I took all the slides out, but I do have them in case we wanted to refer to them. But I take a lot of the slides out from the first presentation because it's a very lengthy presentation. It's more, they're more statistical related. And then I kind of just condense it to what I think is important things, right? But it's still the same slides that you saw the last time. So, but if you wanted to see that slide, I could show it to you. I do understand that you're asking about police and fire. The reason why it's easier to do that for Parks and Community Services is because it's one fund. With police and fire, there's funding over several funds, and so it gets very kind of difficult to show you in the way that the other slides were presented for Parks and Community Services. I will say that I did try to do it, and it just got very complex and kind of awkward, and so at the end, I didn't do it. But it's just because of the way the funding sources are across several different funds. And
Okay.
some have grants, and some have interest, and some don't. And it just gets very weird, odd.
I understand. Now, with regards to the community request in terms of a tenant relocation fund of $250,000, tying that back to, in this case, very specific police budget. So we're looking at $31 million, as was mentioned before, out of the general fund for police. $250,000, less than 1% of that, right? It's less than 1% of that $31 million. And so I guess, and it's up to council, right? We're gonna make decisions up here, but my opinion is that we need to start prioritizing community safety, right? Which includes housing, which includes parks, which includes streetlights, sidewalks. And these are, the amount of money that's going into these programs are tiny, tiny compared to police budget. Right, compared to fire. Police takes up what, it's up 40, 50% of the general fund dollars? And so, I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Couple comments. I got an answer from the county. $138 million is their mental health budget every year. So, and we partner again, with them a lot, but countywide, $138 million they spend on mental health services every year. Couple other comments. There's some comments about South Merced sidewalks and other streets. Big need. I think at one point last year we had approximately $5 million in District 1, District 2 sidewalks projects either just done or going. So there's been quite a bit of work, obviously still more to go, but big projects in Southwest Merced, the Motel Drive project, the Child's Canal, or the Child's Golden Valley to Weaver project, which is a long time coming, a multi-million-dollar project. So a lot of big, important projects down there done and there's been a lot of talk as well about housing and how we spend our housing money, how we invest in housing, whether we spend it on rent, on tenant protections, or traditionally what we do is, our housing money, we use that as seed money to attract grants, which we've been doing, I think, with quite a bit of success for the last few years, 700 plus affordable units. The Devonwood project, we've heard the list over and over again, Bella Vista at Yosemite Parkway, and Parsons, R and Childs, the B Street complex, 1213 V Street, Link Housing, on, total of over 700 units. That's us using our local money to attract grants, which total hundreds of millions of dollars in state money. So, we have a choice to make. We can use our housing money and spend it on rental assistance, doing things that, the Housing Authority has roughly, I think, a $25 million plus budget every year, and that's kind of what they specialize in. And there's project-based vouchers, other things, HUD-VASH vouchers to help veterans, all those projects that kind of go in to help people pay rent. So are we going to kind of jump on to what, that's being done in groups like Sierra Saving Grace, good to see it, other groups as well that do that work, Catholic Charities, or, are we, I don't know if anybody else, probably nobody else in the city is going to do this. The Housing Authority maybe has some projects, but no one else can do what we do, and that's getting that money, using that money to make our bids for grants more attractive, and then doing those big projects. So we've been able to, fill multiple vacant lots that had nothing going on for a long, long time and put housing there, to the tune of 700 plus units over the last few years. So, and that bringing in hundreds of millions of dollars in grants. So, at least in my view, that's a very worthy use of that money if we can attract the state grants. So just a couple of thoughts there. And again, one last thought, the police funding as well. It would be nice if we lived in a world where, we could spend our money on things, if we didn't have to devote so much to police and fire. But the problem is there's such a need. And police respond to 70,000 plus calls every year. These are they stop domestic violence. They investigate child molestation. They stop gang shootings, other shootings. So the police have an essential role to play in this town, and we need them. And there's just a lot of work to do, and there's probably more work than we than we fund. They're busy, and there's a huge demand for them. There's probably no other department in the city where 70,000 times every year someone's calling, demanding them to come right away. So just a thought. Okay, Councilmember Jean.
Tell me I'm wrong. I will.
That's good.
In terms of call volume, if we have another department that has over 50% of our budget, yeah, I would imagine they would be handling most things. And so, yeah, that's the way we designed this system, is that we continue to fund police with over half our budget. And so that's why they're doing more things. They're handling more calls. You keep bringing up that the county does mental health services, right? They have their own sheriff's department. They have their own fire, right? And yet we provide those services too, right? Because we know we could do it better, right? The city does it better. And so I don't think that's a justification to why we shouldn't continue to do or provide these services. Oh, and then in terms of community service officers from PD, right? Again, I brought this up before. It doesn't make sense why we have a Parks and Community Service department that doesn't have community service officers or community service personnel, all right? Why are they not handled through Parks and Community Services? With regards to ARPA and the youth program, mentioned earlier by one of the speakers, I think when we start thinking about addressing root causes of crime, and again, the speaker is passionate about it, we need to start investing money into youth programs and continue to do so. And so, again, I would love to see money actually allocated towards a youth program here in Merced that would keep young people out of trouble, right? I'll stop.
Okay, thank you. Just one thing, when you gotta be a little more precise with when you say that it's half our budget, it's not. It's police is roughly 10%, maybe a little less of our overall budget. But if it comes to general fund, yeah, it's roughly 45% or so of the general fund. Councilor DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. We're not going to get rid of police. We're not going to get rid of fire. So let's move on from that. And let's actually talk about some budget items here. The third largest department in general fund is finance. It also has 26 positions. And I don't think that we talk about finance enough in these slides, of having a full picture of where our general fund dollars are going. General fund dollars may be going to Parks and Community Services or the airport or other departments, but then they come right back to the finance. And I get it. It's a cost of doing business. We can't directly charge the public for a city manager, can't directly charge the public for a city attorney. I understand that. I do want to see the cost allocation of how we're allocating the reimbursement to our departments. I need to understand that. So providing that information would be helpful, and not only understanding the reimbursement, but the other issue I have is you have the reimbursement side, but then some departments are also having interdepartmental direct service charges. So we are having, I think, a double dip of revenue in some areas of we're going to cost allocate, but then we're also going to directly charge some of these departments. So for example, like Parks and Community Services, since we all like to talk about Parks and Community Services, we have $106,000 that goes to reimbursement charge to finance, and then roughly $12,000 for direct service charge. And then obviously you have city council, city manager, city clerk, city attorney, and purchasing that also have a reimbursement charge. So again, cost of doing business, but I think there is not a clear way in which we are seeing these reimbursement and direct service charges. $5 million being the third largest general fund budget is not discussed enough. We have 2 more temp positions that are going into finance under the RP. We had an additional position that we added to finance last year. So we have 26 positions in the finance department. Maybe we need all those positions, but again, we have to talk about priorities. So I just raised the concern, raised the question to ponder and think about to my other council members, because I raised the question, at least in my head, of $5 million from a general fund being the third largest department is quite interesting to me. The other thing that I discussed last time, Councilmember Harris, Councilmember Smith, you weren't here, but last time I talked about Trust 115. Trust 115 from 25-26 end year balance was estimated to come out at $9.656 million. This draft budget that we got, the beginning balance, will start at $10.361 million. It's an increase of about $974,000. That's without us putting any money into it. So that's close to the same amount that we are going to budget and put into it again. And there's no expenditures coming out of Trust 115, none. So over 4 years, it's grown from $7 million to roughly going to be close to $12.5 million by the fiscal year end 26-27. So again, I raised that as well, because if we are realizing that much money in interest revenue, we have to question why we're putting just as much in each year on Trust 115 with no realized expenditure. We're just saving more money. It's just another general fund reserve. So with that, I will conclude my comments. I do think that we need to look into some of the revenue sources, as well as Director Jensen had mentioned. I think there was a thought of why it was zero, but it will not actually possibly be zero in a budget. So we can relook at that. You know, every dollar counts for Parks and Community Services. So if we can budget correctly, that's the best way to do it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Anybody else? Vias, you want to talk briefly about, obviously we all want finance to be as efficient as possible. Could you talk a little bit about all the work that your department does, both taking in money and making sure it goes where it's supposed to go?
Yes, of course, actually kind of planned for this question, right? So we do have 26 positions, and we are an administrative support department. So we support all of the departments in their operations. And then we also have customer service, right, that we maintain a counter, and we provide customer service by phone calls and at the counter. But just to run down a little bit of what our positions are and what they do, right, we do have a purchasing division. So we have 3 positions in that position that are basically work with departments for purchase orders, requisitions, inventory. We manage inventory and deliver inventory. We have 3 in payroll. One is a supervisor to actually manage the payroll or process the payroll that we need every 2 weeks. And then, of course, there's always work on the off weeks, right? The reporting requirements for all of that payroll stuff. And actually, that supervisor, we recently reclassified to a senior accountant because when you have it be so specific to payroll, it can't really help with other duties. And of course, we always talk about how we do less with more, or do more with less, right? So we're trying to get that position to do more because our other supervisors are already pretty impacted. But we also have a supervisor and 3 techs that work on accounts payable, general ledger, contracts, month end, treasury, and audit and year end. We have a supervisor and 4 accountants that work on budget, audit, grants. We talk about grants, and we have achieved and been awarded a lot of grants in the last few years, more than ever, and that grant administration actually has created a lot of work in our area, but just monitoring and grant reporting and all of that, it takes a lot of work. But they also manage projects, the year end and the debt service, debt management. We have 9 employees in the customer service area. So they oversee business license, parking citations, utility billing, general billing. We have 1 position that manages business license, 1 position manages general billing, 2 positions are specific to managing utility billing and maintenance, and then we have 4 positions that are payment processing and customer service. And then we have the deputy finance officer that oversees the day-to-day, the training, the treasury, the audit, kind of oversees all the day-to-day stuff. Also asset management, right? So your capital assets. And then the finance officer, which I manage the long-term planning, the policy, the debt, the budget. So that's the positions. I will not say that there is a shortage of work. If anything, I could probably use 2 to 3 more positions, to be honest. My position, the people that work in my area, the one thing we have is heavy deadlines. Our positions, our work has a lot of deadlines to it, whether it's grant report, audit, budget. It's not things that we can just continue to be like, put that on the back burner. So I do have a lot of employees that work a lot of overtime. They work a lot of Saturdays and Sundays. I have supervisors that are salary positions, right? But they're still here on Saturdays every weekend. Or a lot of weekends, I won't say every weekend, but a lot of weekends to try to manage that work and make sure that we're meeting our deadlines. So I understand what you're trying to do, but it will be very impactful in my department to decrease positions, if that's what you're looking to do.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I kind of forgot what I was going to say, so I'll see if I can pull it together here real quick. We're kind of at the point of discussion. We need to start putting our cards on the table. I'm not in favor of reducing the size or the scope of our police department, our fire department, or our finance department. Certainly not in a haphazard way up here. I'm happy to drill down on some of those things, but I will say that I do subscribe to the view held by members of our business community that sometimes council and the city try to keep ourselves too small. I'm not seeing the level of investment that I want to see in the interior, city manager's office, planning services, engineering, et cetera. I'm glad to see we're adding an HR director. That's been a hole that we needed to fill for a long time. We tend to react to things slowly and deliberately, and I think it's in part because our team is already stretched. So I would share Councilmember DuPont's desire to see a little bit more how the money flows in and out of finance. I think it's smart. I think it's what we're supposed to be asking about. But everything runs through finance. It does give me, his comments though do give me a chance to talk about what I think we should be talking about, which is how to close the budget shortfall. Venus has pointed out that we're out of balance by about 1.3 million. She suggested that we're we're putting in too much money into our general fund reserve, and I agree that we're not in a slush fund time here. We're in a time where expenses are exceeding revenue. So I would agree with taking her suggested amount out of the general fund reserve allocation, not out of the reserve, to help close the shortfall. Trust 115, I completely agree with Councilmember DuPont's observations. I think we need Trust 115 because the state likes to do things like increase our pension obligation without asking us or telling us it's coming. And those obligations are going to be due when they're due. I don't want to have the conversation about cutting staff. People are working in between the lines because we're paying our retirees more than we thought, although our retirees do deserve to be paid. But I would agree with transferring less into Trust 15 to help close the shortfall. I'm a little concerned about putting operational costs into CFDs and Measure C. I mean, that's what that money is for. But we had this conversation last year, right? This council, a majority of the council was concerned with the notion of leaving money in the account to have in future years. I'm not categorically opposed to making these transfers, but when I see $400,000 going into an economic development fund and over $600,000 going into affordable housing fund, I kind of wonder if in a time when expenses are exceeding revenue, if that's a good idea. I would also favor reducing the set aside for those two funds so that the hit on the police and fire operational accounts is reduced and try to balance the load as opposed to putting it in one place. I think we'll be able to manage that transfer a little bit better if it's spread across different funds. And also, I mean, honestly, I can't, other than a community center where we, I think, allocated 25 grand to help recover from a fire, the Economic Development Fund is for significant projects with exceptional impact. I'd like to think that that project is coming, but this economic downturn, the lack of affordability is hitting everybody. I'm not aware of something on the horizon that we should be putting that money away for. And somebody can correct me if they think I'm wrong. I'm happy to discuss. But I would rather see a little bit broader approach to clearing our shortfall. I would agree with the finance department. We do need to do something about it. It would be a mistake to leave it as is.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Smith on staff recommendation to close the shortfall. On another subject, if I recall, and this was for City Manager McBride, with regard to supporting tenant relocation for eviction, aren't there other options out there besides the landlord? If the landlord fails, aren't there other options that exist right now, including HUD?
Councilmember, we haven't done an exhaustive look, but I think that may be an option that's available. I think the city attorney's office has done research too, that that's a requirement outside, but by a different responsible entity. But I think you're correct. I think that we did look at that as a cursory option. I think that it could potentially be an available option. There could be others too.
Thank you. And finally, I want to note that the city of Santa Barbara, the county of Santa Barbara, for the past over 20 years, I'm thinking closer to 25 years, their paramedics are trained as mental health specialists also. And when they go out on a call, on a mental health call, they're the first responders for that. And it's something I think we explore with AMR. It is AMR who provides that service now in Santa Barbara. And they're very good at it. Something to look for that doesn't cost the city anything. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, additional comments. Councilor DuPont.
The other one I had was looking at the fire chief equity salary. 9% seems like a lot right off the top, and I understand that there was a miscommunication on that issue. Is there a way that we could allocate that cost over a period of time instead of 9% in a full fiscal year. So take 4% now, 5% next fiscal year, or 3, 3, and 3. I understand the compaction issue that we have at the 1%. But
Yeah,
would
there's
that-
definitely an option to do that if that's what the council chooses to do.
I would entertain discussion on that issue as well, of maybe splitting that 9% over 2 fiscal years.
All right, good segue into us getting down to the heart of the matter here. First, I guess to that point, any changes, anything that's currently budgeted that anyone would like to see changed or anybody would like to see removed? Councilmember DuPont's idea about the equity adjustment for the fire chief. And Venus, correct me if I'm wrong, currently the fire chief's salary is essentially the same as the battalion chief's?
Base pay, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And, okay. And what's the justification for the 9% equity adjustment?
So it was just to give it, so we looked at the other management, right? So battalion chief to fire chief is a 21% differential, and then the deputy chief to battalion chief is 17.5% differential. So we were just trying to make it so that there was some differential there, but it wasn't, I mean, we know that we were gonna have a shortfall, right? So just giving some type of an equity adjustment, but it's obviously way lower than the other differentials.
Okay. Discussion on that item, either modifying that 9%. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the fire chief has served in that spot either temporarily or as a permanent position for several years now, and I would not be in favor of delaying his long overdue adjustment.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that topic? Councilor Smith.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the chance to have the conversation. I would agree with Councilmember Harris. I think we've had an excellent fire chief who's patiently waited for this opportunity while serving as an interim. And I don't know, team, I mean, I don't know what this miscommunication was, and I don't know that I need to know, but the size of the equity salary increase seems to me to be something that can be informed by salary studies that we've done ad nauseum, and also it's the city manager's call. So I'd want to respect that, but I appreciate the conversation.
Let's see. Additional thoughts on that? Councilmember DuPont, would you want a vote or a motion or additional discussion? Okay, thanks. That's good. Okay. Anything else currently that's in the budget that anyone would like to see changed or modified? Councilor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you refresh my memory? What did we do about community funding last year? That was a last-minute addition, wasn't it?
Sorry, I can't remember off the top of my head. It might have been 30? I think it was 30,000.
That sounds.
Yeah, Venus mentioned it in their presentation, it varies between 28, it's historically been between 28 and 50. 30,000, yeah, 30,000 last year.
And I think I feel the same way Councilmember DuPont does. I don't understand it, but if you tell me that it's not adding to the deficit, I guess I believe you. So I would entertain discussion on adding that 30,000 again this year.
And Venus, the community funding and then the other below the line things such as Trust 115, affordable housing, and economic development opportunity fund. Those are all, I guess, again, like Councilmember Harris said, still understand exactly why, but they don't impact.
They don't impact the shortfall because they're not considered operational costs. if you wanted to remove this, it's not going to affect your operations.
All right. Discussion on community funding. Councilmember Harris, on community funding, you just talked.
I think in that situation, I'm in favor of adding that in.
Okay, Councilor Tao.
Yeah, I wanted to agree with Councilor Harris because, you know, these small nonprofit organizations, smaller groups in Merced here can use those funds because, you know, I think 2,000 to 3,000 per group. When I see the grants, is, you know, it can go a long way to help these group here. So I will agree with Councilman Harris.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor.
Community funding.
I agree with Councilmember Harris. Myself, with you, Mayor, and Councilmember Zhang, we've been on the committee to go over the request for the last few years, and I thoroughly do enjoy it to see the projects that do come forward to us and be able to fund some of these requests, and they really do make a good impact for our community. Like Merced SPCA, they were able to spay and neuter I think cats, I'm not sure if it's dogs too, but just that alone was helping an issue we had in our community. So they're looking at, there's different nonprofits that are looking at issues that we might not be able to do as a city, but they're able to fulfill those duties. So I think it is a worthy cause.
Okay, Councilor DuPont.
Venus, this is still coming out of the general fund,
Yes.
correct?
That's correct.
So it's not going to impact the $1.2 million deficit, but it will remove funding from our fund balance from the general fund.
Correct.
Councilor Jean.
I support community funding. I think it needs to come with the condition, though, that we fund new organizations. Or let me rephrase it this way. We don't continue to fund the same organizations over and over. And so if we're going with community funding, we need to spread out that love and make sure that other organizations get a chance at this money as well.
All right, any new ones? I got a few there. Councilor DuPont, is that a new one?
That is a new one.
Okay, go ahead. I'm going to clear, after this, I'm going to clear the speaker queue. So if anybody has another one, please.
I don't think we can put that condition on the community funding. It needs to be a merit-based system.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the community funding requests, it can be a great value for us because it can be a very low-cost extension of city services. And Sarah, for example, gave the example of SBCA funding, which I think 10,000 from for us saved who knows how much in terms of in terms of our animal control department and everything we had to do to deal with all that. And two, I think I agree with Councilmember DuPont where placing conditions are hard because there's some that repeat, but they have tons of value. And in a lot of ways can be extension of city services. And some new ones are good, and other ones, either they're not proven and it might not be a good investment. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember DuPont. It should be merit-based. And if it's close or if it's a tie, I say give the new people a chance, but otherwise let it just be merit-based and let the scores determine the awards.
And then in terms of community funding, one, it's been $20,000 to $50,000. Two, in the past, for a while, it was the city manager who made the decisions. Lately, it's been the council group, kind of advisory, in conjunction with the city manager and advisory to the city manager on this as well. And I think at times, too, back to council, and the full council made the final allocations. So we've had a couple of different ways to work through the process. Okay. Is there an amount on that anybody thinks is good or is suggesting, or Councilmember Harris?
I go the same as last year, 30,000.
Okay. Discussion on that number. Are people okay with 30 or do people want less or more? Okay. Everybody's quiet, means probably 30. Councilmember Smith.
I support the community funding, and 30,000 sounds good to me.
Okay. All right. Additional comments? Venus, you need a motion on that, or is that sufficient direction?
I think that's a good direction. I'll put it on the errata list, and if you approve the errata list without changes, it would just be part of the budget.
Okay, look to my right. Anybody disagree with 30,000, want to see something different? Okay, seeing none, you have your direction. All right, anything else the members of the council would like to see modified? Councilmember Smith, is that a new one or is that old?
I think it was my old one.
Okay, I'll reset. All right, anything else the members of the council would like to see modified? Councilmember Jean.
As I mentioned earlier, I would support a tenant relocation program. As mentioned before, $250,000. This is money that we could recoup. And so I don't think this is any sort of lost revenue, but it's a way in which we could support the community and then recoup this money back from landlords.
Additional comments, discussion on that, the request that Leadership Council made for tenant relocation funding. Okay, any additional support? Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, so we've talked about this. I mean, I've already signaled my personal support for when revenues come in, which unfortunately I think they will, from the Repeat Housing Code Violator Program. I'd appreciate to have a discussion with council about setting some of that aside for tenant relocation assistance. I think that's the more appropriate venue for having that discussion rather than finding general fund dollars here at the close of the budget cycle.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, I think it could be a decent, I mean, it could be a decent program and a funding source, but I think, how's the money going to come in? How are we going to make it sustainable? I think just spending our housing dollars on rental assistance is probably a mistake because it's going to go quick and then we're not going to have money for projects. So if I think take a wait and see sort of approach, seeing how the Repeat Housing Violator Program goes and then seeing how this goes is but I think, in this budget, I think it's too soon.
It also ties the relocation assistance to the purpose of the ordinance, which is reducing uninhabitable housing.
Yeah. Okay. Additional thought, Councilmember Smith, go ahead.
I would appreciate getting some more staff input on other options for closing the budget shortfall.
Could I stop you, hold you real quick?
Yeah.
Hold that thought. Anybody else on tenant relocation, any additional support for it in budget this year in response to Councilmember Zhang's request? Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. I will support what Councilmember Smith had mentioned. Once the repeat offender program goes into effect, see how much money we're receiving and what we can do with that and allocate it. We don't have a policy set up. We don't have a resolution set up for an eviction program or anything like that. So I don't want to put money somewhere that we don't even have anything set up yet. Not saying that we won't set it up, but I think I want that to hopefully pass later tonight, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. Wait and see approach. All right, anybody else on that? Okay, Councilmember Zhang, would you want a motion, or it doesn't seem like there's, at least I'm not hearing any support for it in the budget this year, but would you like to make a motion or a formal request or anything else like that?
No, I don't think a motion is needed here. I don't think there's support for it.
Okay. All right, so no support for it in this budget, but we'll continue to keep an eye on it as the situation unfolds. Okay. Any additional requests from the council? Councilmember Zhang.
And then, as mentioned before too, I support a extension of the youth jobs program. So I don't know if there's support up here from the rest of council.
Okay. Any support for continuing the youth jobs program? It's funded through ARPA. I believe $2 million. It expires at the end of this year, I believe. A contract with the county through their workforce development department to provide the program. Okay. Any support for continuing that per Councilmember Zhang's request? Okay, hearing none. Again, Councilmember Zhang, you can make a motion if you like, but I'm not hearing any other support.
No, no motion needed.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none, Councilmember Smith, we'll conclude with what you were saying.
Sorry to be focused on the bad news, guys. I guess it doesn't make intuitive sense to me that we would not put money into reserve and put it to other priorities that are causing the shortfall, given in part because we used the same maneuver last year. But I don't feel like I have enough information to make an informed decision about how to close this $1.3 million shortfall. I'd appreciate some more options and tackle this question in 2 weeks. Okay. But I'm personally disinclined to put this much of the burden on operating funds for police and fire.
Venus, would you be able to show us 2 slides? One is the one you're going to. There it is. Okay. And then the other one would be, I don't know, I'm not sure if you had it in this presentation or not, but you definitely had it last week. The current balances for general fund reserve, 115, I think all told adds up to close to 40. Yeah, there he is. Okay.
This one?
Yep. And those total numbers would be with the current allocations?
Correct.
Okay. So affordable, the 600 or so thousand this year gets affordable housing to 1.17 million. 400,000 gets economic development opportunity to 1.45 million.
Yes.
All right. And all told, ballpark 40 million or so in reserves.
Correct.
Councilmember DuPont.
Thank you. Mayor, I would lean to clear shortfall with the recommendation number 2.
Can you take it back, Venus, to the slide?
I think we are, again, heavily underutilizing Trust 115, 153,000. It made $940,000 last year. So I think leaning into Trust 115 is more of the option that I'm looking at instead of looking at other fund reserves. And I'm okay with using the overfund balance that we have in the reserve. So balancing that, the 740 with what we need from Trust 115 to get to the 1.3 roughly is about 50-50. And it still doesn't even get to the $940,000 that we made in Trust 115 last year.
Okay. All right. And Venus, if we pick one of these 3, does it get set? Because obviously, huge difference between budgeted expenses and then actual expenses.
Right.
Does this happen at the beginning, July 1, or does this do we wait till the end of the fiscal year, June 30 of 27 to essentially to settle?
So when it comes to the reserve piece, I would typically wait until we get our county payments, which is typically January, to kind of see how cash looks for moving money around. But for the Trust 115, because that is actually set with an investor and that money is invested. So I would wait towards the end of the year and I would let them know, hey, this is a possibility that we'll need this much money so that they can, the investor can do what they need to make that money liquid for us. And then I would determine if the fund needs it, right? So if we ended up with a little bit more revenue than we thought, or we saved money and it closed that 100, we'll say it's 153 right now, right? And closed that 153 gap, then I would not move in more than what's needed to close that gap, if that makes sense. If you guys made it 50-50, right? If I'd look at the 700,000 and see if we were able to close that gap just with actuals, and then just do what we needed to make it work.
So 115 is essentially, it's a big investment fund, and we had.
Yes,
the more
but that
that's
money
in
is
there.
invested somewhere, so I can't just yank it tomorrow, right? I'd have to let them know, hey, when something matures, I got to pull some money out. And they kind of know that. We just met with them recently because we told them that this was going to be an option for you. And so they have that in mind. And so they would put things in investments that were somewhat liquid so that we can pull that money when it's needed. But we would only pull what we needed.
All right. And would you come back at mid-year potentially with a check-in or an update on this? Say, looks like we have salary savings, revenues above expectations. we're going to hold off for now, or look, this is not good, we're going to.
I think the trouble with mid-year is that it's the way that our revenues come in. Sometimes I'm not exactly sure. We usually don't. We probably have more of an indication around May-ish than we do in February when I come at mid-year. So I can come with some discussion about it, but I wouldn't know for sure yet if I was going to need to actually tap into these funds.
For example, May 27 would be a better potential time for you to.
Right, because we'd have our second allocation of property taxes. We'd kind of know where that fell. We'd have, a few quarters of our sales tax, and we'd kind of know what that's trending. We'd have some measure-wise stuff going on. We just have a better idea.
You could have Venus's May revise, like the governor. Councilor DuPont.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Venus, but we had Trust 115 as a way to close the gap in the previous or the current budget that we're in.
Yes.
So have we pulled any money out of Trust 115?
But you didn't choose that option. You guys chose the option of moving over some operating into other funding sources, and then you reduced the reserve requirement to 30%, which opened up a lot of reserve funding to be able to move over back to the general fund. So you didn't pick Trust 115 as an option, even though it was given to you as an option.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. So Councilmember DuPont, you prefer item 2 or clear the shortfall number 2?
Correct.
All right. Councilmember Smith.
To use the words of my colleague, Councilmember DuPont, I prefer shortfall 2 as well. However, I would appreciate seeing some more scenarios to choose from. I'd like to see the shortfall spread across a few more funds.
Okay, so
You talked about sales tax. Measure C is sales tax dependent too.
Yes. So let me so I understand what you're wanting. So 740 would come from the reserve because it's overfunded, but then the balance of that, you want to see it between expense reductions and Trust 115.
I'm speaking for Councilmember Smith, I agree with the transfer of 740 from the reserve. I agree this is a one-year fix that we have to do. I'm not necessarily personally opposed to transferring some operating costs to the CFD or Measure C, but I'd like to see some other places we can pull money from. As Councilman DuPont said, what does it look like if we take a little bit more out of Trust 15? Maybe there's another option that's not on the slide. It just seems to me a healthier way to go about withdrawing funds from our priorities if we can spread the pain out a little bit more than just what we see here in the proposal. And if it's completely impossible, please tell me. But
Well, it's not impossible. I'm just trying to figure out, are you trying to keep everybody's budgets the way they are? But then, because then it's the 50-50, right? 50% from the reserve and then 50% from Trust 115. Everybody's operating budgets stay the way they are. But if you're saying you still maybe want to see some transfers of operating costs into other funds and something else, I'm just not sure what that something else would be.
Well, that's what I'm asking you as the finance director. My policy concern is that our community cares deeply about strong police and fire protection.
Right.
And I'm concerned, I know we're only talking about 400,000 in total, but I'm concerned about drawing down public safety specific funds to close a general fund shortfall. And I'd like to see if there are other options, not exempting PD and fire, but are there other options that we can take a look at? I like Trust 115 for the reasons articulated. 153 seems to be the number that you've come up with. I wonder if we can bear more. I wonder if there are other options. And it's unfair for me to be asking you to have the answer right now because you didn't know that the question was coming.
Are you opposed to freezing positions within the general fund when it comes to public safety?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Freezing positions within the general fund that are vacant when it comes to public
That's a
safety?
good question. I am not.
You're not opposed to that?
I'm not in favor of that.
Oh, you're not in favor?
Yeah. Anyway, I'm not trying to play gotcha on the dais in front of live television audience, but I just wonder if on this particular important point, we could maybe put a little bit more thought and bring back some more options to council.
Okay. You're expressing support for clear the shortfall number 2, but with potential more options.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, anybody else? Preferences? I think both, one or two are both fine with me. In a lot of ways too is, Venus, like I said, the budget's just a big puzzle piece, and a lot of the things are kind of, moving, backfilling. So I think I'm certainly fine with two as suggested. If there's some more options, I think, one, the staff recommendation does kind of provide some of those potential options, and obviously coming out of public safety, because public safety does make up the lion's share of the general fund. So, obviously that makes it the most likely candidate for savings as well. But I don't know if we want to have if there's a motion or further discussion. I think we have some decent options here too. And two, if there's, if there's anything else you guys can think of, in terms of other ways to fill it as well. All right, additional discussion or request for direction or a motion? Councilor DuPont.
Let me ask this clarifying question. Are you looking for a motion tonight, or the discussion allows you to understand where the council is at before we take a formal motion at the next meeting?
Well, I think that what you've given me, I have an idea of what you're trying to do. I'm not sure I'll be able to give you more options, just because if we've talked about this before, right? So if you're not willing to reduce any public safety, because that gives you your 100% savings of whatever you reduce there, then we could reduce in other areas, but you're not getting a 1-for-1. You'd have to reduce quite a lot in order to get a big chunk down for savings in the general fund. But I also want to be able to bring you an errata list that's somewhat ready to adopt with changes, but if I'm still bringing you options, that's not really ready for you to adopt the budget on the next meeting. So I guess I'm trying to figure out how to do that part of it, right?
Yeah. So what you're saying, it's possible to finish it next week, but what you want, and typically we have it pretty much ready to go, so you can bring us
Right.
as close to a finished product by.
So typically this type of direction I'm getting in the last meeting, and then I'm bringing you what that would be in this meeting, and then next meeting I'm bringing you an errata list of like, this is the budget with your specific line item changes is what I give you. So I wouldn't be able to really do that for you yet in the next meeting if you're still wanting more options. Does that make sense?
Yes. All right. Okay. Yes, we could decide either with, and one, we could ask for more information, two, with kind of general direction, or if we're unable to articulate general direction, possibly a motion as well, another way to articulate it. All right. Additional thoughts, comments from the council members who have not been heard so far on the side? Mayor Pro Tem Boyle, your thoughts? Do you have a preference?
Thank you, Mayor. The third option, clear the shortfall with number 2, is probably my preference.
Okay, Councilor Jean?
I'm not in favor of it. I think we need to cut police budget. I think there's other things to do. So I'm not in favor of supporting shortfall or option number 2.
Okay, which one do you prefer?
I mean, technically, 2 here works, right? Because other identified expense reductions would be considering cutting police and fire.
Could be.
But if that's not the direction, then I do not support that option.
Okay, so is that one is more, clearly shortfall number 1, is that your preference, or do you have?
No, mine would be none of these, right?
Okay.
Yeah, closest would be 2 with other identified expense reductions taking the lead in terms of cutting from police and fire.
Okay.
But since that's not the discussion up here, and then I don't support any of the recommended options.
Okay. Councilor Harris? Do you have a preference, sir?
I reiterate my preference for shortfall number 1.
And Councilor Tao?
I'm in favor of the shortfall number 2. So.
Okay. I will support, I support 1 or 2. I think we have 4. And then Councilor Smith is 2, but possibly with more information, or seeking more information as well.
When you say two, are you looking at the middle one, or are you looking at shortfall number two?
Good question. That's clear shortfall number 2. So leave as is, number 1 and 2. So, but number 2, which is in the position 3. Councilor Smith.
Thank you. In the interest of finding common ground and respecting the fact that Venus needs some firmer direction, I don't know if my question is explained, please, how we got to the proposed transfer of $153,000 from Trust 15, but my real question is, we're on the fly now, but would you feel comfortable edging up that transfer from 115 beyond 153,000?
Yes.
So just conceptually, maybe edge up the transfer from 115 and reduce the transfers in a proportionate amount from the CFD and Measure C to bring that down. And then perhaps we go with shortfall number 1 under the circumstances.
Okay. That's a modified 1 where the 115 transfer is a little higher and then the other 2 are lower.
Yeah, because from a practical perspective, I respect the fact that I'm not going to get perfect information to make this decision. And unfortunately, I was not able to join you all in the last couple of weeks. So I'm trying to find common ground, hearing everybody's values up here and taking the lead from Councilmember DuPont. And I think rightly focusing on 115 as an underused resource.
Okay. All right, Councilor DuPont. You took it away.
Yeah, I would take probably a little bit stronger of approach of, and just a small increase. I think I said it before, splitting that cost 50-50 between the 740 and the Trust 115. Trust 115 is there if we need to use it at the end of the fiscal year. If not, we have salary savings, then we're in a good position for the general fund. But if we can split 50-50, then we're not moving other costs from police and fire to solve the issue. So I think keeping to the 740 and covering the rest with Trust 115, keeping everything else constant, I think is a simple way in which to do it. Now, I say simple, it could not be simple, but simple in my terms. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion to that effect or any other motion?
So just to confirm, so if we say the shortfall is 1.3 million, you want 650 to come from the reserve and 650 to come from Trust 115?
I think 740, I think, and then the rest.
Oh, or you want 740 and then the rest? So because you keep saying 50-50, so I just want to make sure.
740 and the rest will be fine. I'll make a motion to that effect.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, Jennifer will call for the question. And at first, any other discussion?
Can you repeat your motion, please?
The motion is transferring the 740 from the reserve general fund reserve to cover the shortfall, and then transferring the remainder amount of
553
from Trust 115 to cover the shortfall.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, motion is second. Additional comments? Okay, seeing none, Jennifer will call for the question.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. Venus, thank you. Thank you, council, for a very robust, very high-quality discussion. I think that concludes. Venus, is there anything else? I think we've gone through
We
everything.
need to make a motion to continue the public hearing.
Yes.
So moved.
Okay. Anything else you need from us
No,
tonight?
that was it. Thank you.
Okay. Scott, anything else you need from us tonight? All right, we have a motion to continue the public hearing to our June 15th council meeting.
I got it. Councilmember DuPont made a motion.
Yes. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
All right, it's 8:45 right now. We'll take a brief recess. We'll take a 10-minute recess. We'll be back at 8:55 to continue. I hope everybody's comfortable out there. It's probably going to be a long night, so
Okay, agenda item J2, continued public hearing to receive public comment regarding the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development 2026 Annual Action Plan and adoption of resolution approving the draft 2026 Annual Action Plan and final determination and award of project funding pending HUD approval of the submitted plan.
Thank you, Jennifer. Ms. Nutt.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So this is regarding our 2026 HUD Annual Action Plan, and this is the final public hearing. Just a quick recap, sorry. For the first public hearing back on March 16th, we presented the needs assessments that came about as a result of surveys and needs assessment stakeholder surveys. We also presented the preliminary CDBG and home budgets and project funding. We held a public hearing and received public comments. We also received council direction regarding public service proposals, Joe Herb Park additional funding, and had a discussion about Section 108 funding. Joe Herb Park and Section 108 I'll talk about here in a few slides. For the second public hearing that was noticed for May 18th, we needed to continue that. We asked council to open the public hearing and accept comment, and we did get 2 comments, and then it was continued to tonight. So what we are requesting tonight is to reopen that public hearing that was continued from May 18th, receive public comment, and then close the public hearing. Receive direction regarding the options 1 and 2 for public service funding, any other direction you have, and then approve the resolution, which would approve the annual plan. So option 1 for public services, specifically public services, we did get some additional program income calculated in this, and then with our allocation, our cap is now $194,863. For option 1, we calculated 4 of the 5 projects. You'll see the youth services project is not in this. And we calculated the funding at 83.5% of their request, with the $7.84 remaining going to Sierra Saving Grace for rental assistance. And then we are including for housing division activity delivery costs of $16,953. So that's option 1. Option 2, and I apologize, the green section at the top is incorrect. So it should say calculated at 75% of requested. And then the remaining after applying that 75% is $117.71. So apologize for that error up there. But as you see, this option 2 is funding, recommended funding of $18,000 for the youth services project. The ADC is staying the same, and so this would give us 5 projects. With our ADC staying the same, if you can imagine, we'd be a little more stretched with our ADC amounts. We'd have to stretch out over 5 projects and not 4. So that does impact us. Okay, so those are public services options. Our recommendation is to approve option 1. So for comparisons, just to put them side by side, going from 83.5% to 75% funding for funding option 2. The food distribution would be losing a little bit over $6,000. Tenant landlord counseling services, you'd lose about $4,400. Short-term emergency rental assistance, about $3,000, which is basically 1 household for 3 months. The teen workforce readiness program would lose $3,000, and then you'd fund $18,000 for the youth services. Again, no change for ADC, and then your net change is 0. For other projects with CDBG, we're recommending Serious Saving Grace for rehab with acquisition at $500,000. And then as a result of the last, or the first public hearing on March 16th, recommending that the previous to-be-determined project goes to the Johar Park for additional lighting. Or it could be some other park project, but your direction last time focused on Johar Park. And then there's an economic development project with UC Merced for technical assistance to businesses, and doing a little bit of research on the specific types of businesses that could be funded with technical assistance. Those would be micro enterprises, so businesses with 1 to 5 employees. Talking about Johar Park real quick. In 2025 annual plan, you approved an allocation of $834,000, which includes ADC, for the housing vision to implement it. The 2026 annual plan proposes to put the additional funding to park lighting. As staff, we are working on an interdepartmental MOU right now for the first year of funding. And so if you approve your 2026 funds for that, we'd be including that also in the MOU interdepartment. Okay, so home funds, we have a total of $800,355.66 to allocate over different projects. So we've got Merced Community Action Agency recommended at $210,000. We do have a to-be-determined project, $475,228. That typically is or has been reserved for affordable housing projects. I am putting in the description that we also could do rehab, acquiring property for rental housing, that sort of thing also, which is an eligible use for home funds. And then we're required to set aside a minimum of 15% of our home funding for a CHODO, or Community Housing Development Organization project. After 2 years, those funds can be transitioned back to regular home funds, which is what we've been doing for the last 5 years or so. So yeah, your total home funding budget is $800,355. For housing administration and also other admin projects, for the upper section there is CDBG. We've got Merced County Human Services Agency funded at $50,000. They are requesting a little bit more this year. And then for housing admin, $160,672 for direct charges or direct costs, and then indirect costs at $20,000. And then our home funds, Fair Housing Services by Project Sentinel at $37,885, and then our direct costs for housing admin at a little over $7,000. So at the March 16th meeting, council talked about Section 108 funding for Station 56. That we do recognize that's a council priority. The last dollar amount that I've heard, the shortfall is for $4,619,000 and change. There is Section 108 funding available in program year 2026 at $5,226,000, and that's 5 times our allocation. Our 2025 amount, based on allocation, was $5.4 million, so it's directly calculated on 5 times our allocation. So comparing the numbers, we would have enough in the Section 108 availability to do that. We would have to do a substantial amendment process because the discussion regarding Section 108 funding came in too late to be able to include it in our 30-day review and public comment period. So we'd have to turn around and do a substantial amendment process. The Section 108 funding is regulated under Part M of the CDBG regs, and it does require its own separate public review period. So we have to do that anyway, but that would help with Station 56. Earlier in tonight's council meeting, we were talking about displacement and relocation funding. Being that home funds I'm going to look into see if home funds can be used for displacement and relocation costs. There may be some special activities that it's tied to, but I'll look into that. And if we could use home funds for that use, we'd have to go back and do an amendment to move our TBD home fund over to that, being able to use it for that. So being that Station 56, Section 108 funding needs an amendment anyway, we could just potentially throw the change of use from affordable housing to displacement or relocation into that process. So that's available. And then just to add, Section 108 does require also, or the project needs to have an environmental review, federal environmental review, NEPA. The application and the environmental review process can happen concurrently, but we do need to accomplish the public review, the approval by the public, give the public opportunity to comment, provide their input before we can apply. So tonight's actions, we are asking council to reopen the public hearing and hold the public hearing and then close the public hearing. And then provide any council comments, whether option 1 or option 2 is your choice for public services. And then following approval, we'll finalize the annual action plan with your changes and the final amounts, and then submit to HUD. June 3rd is our target date, which is Wednesday. So it's a pretty quick turnaround.
Open the public hearing. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Can you tell me the maximum available for public services, 194,000 and change? Where does that maximum come from? What regulates that?
It's our allocation, so it'd be the 2026 allocation. It's, let me go back to the slide. Yep, too far. So it's our allocation of 1 million, 1,045,361 plus last year's program income that was received times 15%.
So last year we ended up with a surplus of 253,000. Is that what I'm seeing?
That was our program income that comes in from existing loans typically. So housing loans funded with CDBG previously going back many, many years. When those payments come in, that's our program year for this current year, program year 25, 26. And then that figure is used in combination with the allocation of next program.
So we just use that as a carryover to the next year?
Basically, yeah.
I'm just wondering if we can find a way to put that youth money, that 18,000 back in, knowing that there's going to be program income coming at the end.
Well, we've included estimates, like conservative estimates through June 30th, based on what our payments typically are coming in as income. It probably won't fluctuate very much, and it's 15% of that, so.
And the 15% comes from, what guideline is that?
It's the CDBG regs required.
Okay,
It's our cap,
so that's a firm number.
yeah.
Just seems to me that 18,000 is an investment that ends up saving money in the long run. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Dupont.
Thank you, Mayor. As for Station 56, we're going to be leveraging 5 times the CDBG funding allocation, but does that mean that we cannot allocate funding?
So, okay, so the way this works, you have an available sort of pool out there, and you have to, you apply for it, and the amount equals 5 times our allocation. Every year, if we do that, every year ensuing, we'd be basically repaying HUD an annual payment calculated on the terms, 20 years potentially. And then that amount's taken away from our allocation each year. So we'd include it in our project list, the repayment.
Got it. So it's a debt service to the CDBG
Basically, yeah.
fund source that we get from HUD.
Right.
And so we could do it over a 20-year span, not a 5-year span? Or is it just a determination on how we want to pay it off each year?
Right. So being that our allocation is typically $1 million and change, I mean, this year we estimated low because we weren't sure what the federal government was going to do with our CDBG funds this year. In our first review period, we estimated $900,000. So, at 5.2 or whatever the gap is, we'd have to, that would be we only get so much CDBG funds per year, so we'd have to also include our admin, any public services or anything else. If your payment's too large, then there's nothing left for other projects or admin or anything.
Right, but we can set how much we're paying that debt service off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, additional questions? Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Nutt, thank you for the presentation. I know 2 meetings ago, I don't know if it was just me, but I was one of the people who was asking for this analysis on Station 56. I appreciate the time that you put in. First, a framing question. The investigation of whether Section 108 funding makes sense for Station 56 in the current year, does that impact your recommendation for the other funding allocations of the various groups in town?
No. So what we're including tonight is the public services, everything that's budgeted in. The Section 108 wouldn't affect your list here. When it's approved, our payments would start probably next program year. So no, it wouldn't affect this budget.
So a lot of ifs, but we would be able to see that coming.
Right.
Is it super high level? Is it fair to think about the Section 08 funding as like a low interest loan? More or less?
Fair. Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you have a sense for when this additional public comment period and environmental review could start?
Going back to other substantial amendments I've done, and this would also be a 30-day comment period. I think we've done them in 3 months before, 2.5 months. It's fast track.
So potentially end of summer, early fall, we could be having a discussion with you up here about what the path looks like and whether or not it's the right way to go and how, if it was, how we want to proceed?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Fall more likely.
So I greatly appreciate your effort. I think this is an important priority for the council. My high-level thoughts on the rest of your proposal are that you've captured council priorities pretty well. I'm sure we'll have discussions, around the edges, but I'd be comfortable with the proposal. I like we've gotten very good results from Harvest Time, Sierra Saving Grace, Project Sentinel, Boys and Girls Club, obviously. So, happy to have an individual discussion in the individual case, but I think your selection of options is dead on. So thank you.
Thanks.
And Kim, just to summarize, one, the Station 56 is just for information and questions and discussion, but no, you're not requesting any
Right.
decisions.
Just letting you know that's going to be a substantial amendment coming, basically.
And our big decision points, option 1 or option 2, when it comes to the community funding. Anything else specifically you're looking for, direction?
Everything else is pretty locked in, numbers-wise.
Additional questions? Okay, we'll open the public hearing. Jennifer, any requests to speak from the public?
We do have 4 requests to speak, Mayor. If I can get Sheila Garcia, Joe Carroll, Armando Valenzuela, and Greg Terzakis to the podium, please.
Ms. Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The team from United Way that produced our video packed a lot into it. And so those that saw it last hearing, I'm sure that you'll still see some new things in it. So with that, we'll put play.
Harvest Time is a food ministry that is here for the community. We gather food from different vendors around Merced, and we get food together, and we have sometimes up to 30 volunteers that come in and help put it all together and hand it out to our community. Right now we are helping 330 families every 2 weeks.
My name is Mika Martinez. I am the Assistant Supervisor of Harvest Time Warehouse. I have been here a little over 3 years. We have a good partnership not only with our food bank, but with Catholic Charities, with Target, with Save Mart. And then we have local people that come that have harvested their trees, their fruit trees at home, and they've brought it here to us. So yeah, we have a good partnership with a lot of people. In our mission, it says that we are filling the food gap or the food insecurities in our community.
Harvest Time is for those that have food insecurity or lack of food, if they're having to make choices between paying the rent or buying groceries. From the very beginning, it's all been volunteers that had a heart for the community and to serve others. So we're trying to help fill in the gaps.
I'm Patricia. I work at the Atwater Super Target. I actually reached out to Harvest Time. We were looking for a secondary place to donate food because we were getting so much that we needed to get out of the store and didn't want to waste. And then just from working with them, I've learned like they're very passionate about the community and giving to those in need. They always ask us for anything that they need. It's a great community, very nice people. They care about you. You can't go wrong.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Mr. Carroll.
Oh. I'm short. I don't have a presentation, and I'm not long-winded like the last two people that have been up here. I'm with Sierra Saving Grace. I'm chairman of the board, and for the past 10 years, we have been working with the city of Merced, the housing department, in purchasing homes. These homes that we purchase need to be rehabbed. They're blights in the neighborhood, so we clean them up, make them really presentable, increase the value in that neighborhood, and then we put people in them. The people that we put in could be homeless, victims of domestic violence, or veterans, or near homeless people. Okay, we've been doing this now for over 17 years, and right now we have 10 lots or locations. We have 18 units, and we house about 50 people. This is our just one organization. And it's all because of working with the city of Merced and the housing department. And we take these funds that they loan to us. It's not a grant, it's a loan. And we were able to house people. And that's what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Armando Valenzuela, and I'm the program director for the Merced County Community Action Agency. I first wanted to start out and say thank you for considering my agency for the home funding. We have a long track record here in Merced County of providing services to low-income families, and that is what we continue to do, and that is what we want to do with that $210,000 of potential funding that we may be able to get. What happens normally in any program is we have about 50 homes that we are not able to service because they have too many repairs or too big of an amount of invested money. We work with state and federal dollars currently, but there's a cap on what we can invest in the homes. So what we want to potentially do with these dollars is do the larger projects such as roof replacement for some low-income families, energy panel, electrical panel upgrades, siding repairs, stuff that is not covered under the regular state program. And we have a current funding through the IIJA from the Department of Energy that came from the Biden administration, and we are currently doing that, but it is set to expire very shortly. We're running out of money. So this is gonna potentially help us bring more people out of deferral and to allow us to invest the other money that we have from the Department of Energy in the state. So I just wanted to say I appreciate you guys considering us for these funds, and we're going to show you guys if we are awarded them that we're going to do a really good job with them, and we will continue to come back because now that I'm aware that these funds are available, we know that we need them in our community, so we're going to be applying for them every year. So I just want to say thank you guys for considering us for the funding. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your work. Mr. Terzakis.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, and staff. Greg Terzakis, California Apartment Association. Wanted to briefly touch upon the HUD money for tenant assistance. I spoke with Director Nutt just a moment ago. I'm going to call some of my colleagues in the larger cities that deal with this more prevalently and see if we've been able to do this. As a former chief of staff, I know that there was some flexibility with this kind of money, but there are really strict guidelines, and we want to make certain that it's feasible and legal. And if it is, I'm going to find out who the director can talk to try to bridge that gap, because I think that's a good use of HUD money. And if I can get a quick 2-for-1 in here, I'd also say I'd like to very much support the annex of enforcement ordinance you're going to be hearing later.
Oh, you got to say.
And I'm done.
All right.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. We'll hear from you later. Think about the ref. Always foul happens first, and then I got to call.
That's all we have, Mayor.
Okay. What's that? All right, that'll close the public hearing. Seeing no additional comments, we'll bring it back to council for further questions, discussion, and action. All right. So I'm gonna start really option 1 or option 2 on the community funding request, essentially. If you want to put that back up. Okay, first, any questions? Any questions for Kim? Can you pull up the PowerPoint? Okay. Councilor Smith.
So it seems to me one of the questions is whether or not to accept the option that includes funding for Youth for Christ Central Valley. I wonder if Ms. Nutt could just reset the table. Can you give us a summary again of what that project is that they've proposed?
The youth services one?
Yeah.
Okay.
If funded, what would the project be? And take your time, please.
So in the March 16th admin report, there was a description, just going back to that. They're based out of Modesto. but they would be providing it to Merced residents, locating it, teaming up with Lifeline CDC at McNamara Park, providing life skills training. It's targeting at-risk youth. There's also mentoring and career awareness, and then family engagement days. Lifeline CDC is a leaseholder at McNamara Park. We did get clearance from Parks and Rec Director Jensen that would be okay. There's family nights they would host, and then they also listed neighborhood block parties to promote family enrichment. So, the focus is to reach youth, to mentor them and keep them out of trouble, keep them out of gangs. If that helps.
Is there any discussion in their application about what message they give to the kids, the youth, as part of this program, or how they reach out to them?
There wasn't a lot of that description. I know we went through the scoring. They are new to CDBG, so they would need a little bit of hand-holding and assistance and guidance on how they do that. I know that working with Lifeline CDC, Monica Graisley is very tied into youth involved with the Loughborough area. She does have the center down there in McNamara Park now, so I think that's kind of the idea, is working with Lifeline CDC on those youth that they've already identified, teaming up and providing additional services to them.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Additional questions? Kim, do we know anything about their track record? I mean, it seems to me certainly a very worthy cause, and if you look at, a lot of the improvements in Loughborough over the last 10, 15 years, Monica deserves a lot of credit for,
Right.
For a lot of the improvements over there. I said, it just seems something very worthy, but it needs to be effective. If it's a group that does, that's a huge need. That's what,
Right.
Public comment, Rochelle was yelling at me about and beating me up about. So,
Right, exactly.
But and obviously that would take money away from other very, very worthy causes as well.
We as staff would probably need to spend a lot of time with them because they didn't list any previous experience with running a CDBG or even a federally assisted program at all. So there's a lot of requirements with reporting, and this would be an income qualified. CDBG 51% have to be income qualified, so they would also need to have a little bit of guidance on determining people's income, setting up a structure for that. So there would be a lot of time that we need to spend with them, and it's not impossible.
Okay.
But
yeah, it seems there's a big need there. There's an acute need,
Right.
Given a lot of the violence that took place at the beginning of this year, especially in
Right.
January. But at the same time, too, we got to make sure it's. I'm not saying we do it, not saying we don't, but it's got to be an effective program. Councilor DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. I do know Youth for Christ, they have programming within Juvenile Hall. So they do programming within Juvenile Hall. Now, this is their first year in CDBG funds, so they may be green in that area. But I think it's a good first step for them to go through this process to understand CDBG funds. And even if they don't get funding next year, I'd encourage them to come back. This year, I encourage them to come back next year as well.
Right.
But they do some programming here in Merced County.
Okay.
And so it's bridging that gap. Once youth get out of juvenile hall, finding a space that they feel comfortable with and continuing in that good space.
That makes sense. What are your thoughts? You think, and that sort of continuum is important too, out of the hall, and then
It is. I still think they're getting their feet grounded in Merced County. They actually have stronger programs in Stanislaus County. I encourage council members to look at what they're doing in Stanislaus County and kind of the nightlife that they're doing, which is building that connection from juvenile hall and into the communities as well. I just think they're still trying to ground themselves in Merced County, giving them a little bit more time, maybe next year coming back with CDBG funds, showing that experience here in Merced County, I think would be the best fit for, I think, this year.
Okay. And then, and probation being the primary funder for programs like this as well, too. I don't know what the, might be a, just a much better funding source for them in general. And a more natural funding source as well.
May find more funding there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Okay. Thank you for that. That was very, very valuable. All right. Anybody else, questions, comments, or preferences, direction, motion? Councilor Jean.
Yeah, I would prefer option 2 and providing funding to Youth for Christ Central Valley. As I mentioned before, with community funding, I think it's important to kind of spread that around a bit and, yeah, let them do their work. And I think we need it for our young folks.
Okay. Councilor DuPont.
I will say, besides the options, just a general comment. Obviously, love to see the investment in Joe Herb Park. We're going to be putting close to $1.2 million in Joe Herb Park, and it's such a utilized regional park in Southeast Merced that we need to continue to show the love to. So, really excited to see and realize that funding to Joe Herb, and I know a lot of community members, including Sloth Pitch Softball, will be very pleased to see that funding. So thank you.
On Saturday, I was at the Celebrate Recovery softball tournament at Joe Herb Park, and they told them we had the funding coming, and they were very happy to hear that. Councilor Zhang, is that a new one, or? Okay. All right. I'd support option 2 as well, too. I think, with I'll support option 1. I think both all of these are very, very worthy. Councilor Smith.
Well, I'll just point out that in other contexts, we've declined to provide this community service type funding to groups that are newer, with some feedback to continue to solidify yourself and come back with a little bit better details about what you want to do. I think for that reason alone, I would prefer option 1. I wasn't sure I was going to go here, but I'm just going to ask the question. So the Youth for Christ website shows that they're a very Jesus-focused group, which is of course fine. But I'm wondering if under the CDBG regulations, are we allowed to fund groups that have that kind of very denominationally focused message?
As long as it's not a requirement of the participants to hear that message.
Yes, I mean, here's why I was hoping to get some more information. They've got their mission statement online. There's 5 essential things they do. The second one is that they consistently pursue lost kids and engage them in lifelong relationships with Jesus, which is something that I could support. But I just am concerned that that might not be an appropriate use of federal funding.
Yeah, the program would have to be structured so that the religion is taken out of it.
Sure.
So that is a CDBG requirement. So we'd write the agreement with that.
And do we know that that is or could be the case?
Say that again.
Do we know that, as you said, the religion is taken out of it?
It would be a requirement that we write into the agreement that we draft. We'd probably emphasize that. I mean, it's a regular part of our CDBG agreements, but that would be an additional thing that's stressed in it.
So
there would be,
go ahead.
what we'd probably do in this case, just thinking off the top of my head, is attend, 1 or 2 of the sessions as staff, and just kind of see how it comes together. We'd also meet with them before it even starts and have them understand that there can't be any religion services during their regular sessions. Now, if the participants choose to have that later on as a separately, completely separate activity, they can choose to do that. But for the CDBG-funded activities, there can't be any religion discussion.
Yeah, so it's possible to fund this group consistent with the regs, consistent with the Establishment Clause. I haven't seen their primary grant application, or at least I don't remember. I mean, was this issue specifically addressed in the grant application?
Well, I mean, they're applying for the funds. We haven't met with them yet. That's something that we would, it was actually, as I was going through and scoring, earlier this year, back in February, that was something in my mind that came up, that we would need to spend a little more time with them to, again, not just the income qualification part of the guidance, but, having them understand, us understand what it is they're going to be teaching, maybe require some curriculum documents to see, what they're proposing to do.
Right.
Specifically.
It sounds like it'd be a bit of a departure from what I'm at least seeing on their website. All right, so thank you. I'll turn back to my colleagues. I mean, hearing all of that, I think there's some uncertainty as to whether this would be a viable grant of funds to this group, unfortunately, on this grant cycle. Understanding that the consequence of that is we take funds away from other groups that have a proven track record of serving our community. I'd be disinclined to support option 2, but I would appreciate giving Youth for Christ feedback and encourage them to come back with a stronger application next year. I think that's the prudent and right approach.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. If it turns out that they can't comply with that, would those funds just revert back to the other applicants?
No, because the annual plans are being submitted with that funding. We're going to be doing a substantial amendment anyway for Section 108. We could take care of that minor detail later. So.
Thank you.
Councilor DuPont.
Yeah, I'm a supporter of Youth for Christ. I just think there are some questions as to CDBG that need to be discussed with Youth for Christ. I don't want them to risk if they do get funding, risk the ability to not be able to use the funding. So, having a conversation and setting them up for success next year allows us to make a stronger decision in giving them CDBG funding. So I think this year we should hold off, have a discussion with them, get them more familiar with CDBG, get them more familiar to maybe tailor what they're doing. If it's these life skills, mentoring, career development, and even the nightlife that they do is not necessarily Christ-centered, but just community-centered. Those are the things that they may be able to do without running afoul of what the federal government would require. So this year, I think getting information, talking to them, setting them up for success next year would be a better option for us to do at this point.
And I'll just throw another comment out there for pondering. We've worked with other organizations that are centered around religion or include religion in their regular activities. What I'm saying is it's not impossible. So if council wants to try to fund them, we're willing to work with them. We'll just need to spend a little more time with them than a normal.
Yeah, the rescue
activity.
mission, Sarah Saving Grace, a lot of good organizations. Okay. Councilmember Harris, your preference, sir, 1 or 2?
Thank you. I think if that wasn't putting that money at risk and it was able to go back to other organizations, I'd be in favor of it. But I have to agree with Councilmember DuPont and try to set them up for success next year. So my choice is option 1.
Okay. Councilmember Tao or Mayor Pro Tem Boyle, do either of you have a preference?
Just a quick question, curiosity, Kim, like, why was Youth for Christ Student Valley wasn't award anything on the first option? It was,
Why wasn't it?
yeah.
Well, there's several reasons. Part of it has to do with there's 3 people in housing, 2 that normally work hands-on with the projects. And so when we're getting beyond 4 projects, it's a little bit of a stretch for us. We've got 5, between 4 and 5, we've got 4 or 5 agreements to write. That many organizations times, monthly invoices they're sending in for reimbursements. There's a lot more to juggle with 5 than 4. 4 is getting a little more manageable. 5 is stretching us a little bit. So that was part of the consideration. We're also looking at timeliness. It'll take a little more time for this, for Youth for Christ to get going a little bit once we work through the setup with them and the requirements, writing in the extra language in the agreements. It'll take a little bit more to implement. So that means the funds will take a bit longer to spend. They may not be able to expend them all by June 30th, or actually May 2nd, which could impact our timeliness deadlines for CDBG. There's expenditure deadlines we have to abide by. All of those things are taken into consideration in that first list, the option 1 list, and actually going back to the March 16th meeting. So to answer your question, it's looking at capacity, the ability to expend the funds quickly. Typically these public services projects are a year long, and even shorter really by the time we get a contract going and even access to the funds from HUD. For instance, we didn't get access to our current year funds until January because of the shutdowns. So there's other factors that affect it. Implementing a brand new project, given still some of the upheaval in the federal government, it may be delayed again. Our allocation, we just don't know that.
Well, thank you for the explanation, Kim. I know it's important to fund youth, but I'm also in agree with Councilmember DuPont and Shane Smith that we need more information from this group too. So option 1 is my option, Mayor.
Okay. Hearing 4 for option 1. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle, you want to?
Fine with option 1.
Okay. Option 1, it is. Do you need seems like sufficient direction?
That's enough direction to include with the approval of the annual plan.
Okay.
So we'll make the changes following approval, and then hopefully make our target deadline for Wednesday so we can be timely.
Okay. Youth for Christ could be a good option too for a community funding request as well. I know I'm not sure how scalable their program is, but potentially, in that 5,000 to 10,000 range is potentially a good candidate for community funding. Do you have something? Your city attorney wants to weigh in.
Mr. Mayor and Council, there are 2 motions that are being requested. Yeah, we have A, approving option 1, and B, adopting the resolution.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to adopt option 1 and adopt the resolution.
Second. All right, Jennifer will call for the question.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Councilmember Smith. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2026-31, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, approving the 2026 HUD Annual Action Plan and certifying compliance with the requirements of the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, and Home Investment Partnership Home Programs. Mayor and Council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
All right. Thank you, Jennifer. Kim, thank you. You deserve a break. Hopefully we don't see you at the next meeting. Not like that. I mean, like she deserves a rest.
Okay, agenda item K, action items. K1, approval of the Citizen Stipend Setting Commission's written recommendation to the City Council regarding the recommended City Council monthly stipend to be $1,000 a month and the mayor's monthly stipend to be $1,250.
All right, go to staff pro. All right, Jennifer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Jennifer Parsley, Assistant City Clerk for the City Clerk's Office. Tonight's item is the written recommendation from the Citizen Stipend Setting Commission. Just a little history on this. The commission held a total of 3 meetings, 2 of which were the required public hearings. At the April 16 public hearing, the commission, with a 3-2 vote, voted to increase the council stipend from $500 per month to $1,000 per month. Excuse me, and the mayor's stipend from $600 per month to $1,250 per month. At their April 30th public hearing, the commission adopted a formal written recommendation, which is before you tonight. Some of the items that they discussed was the council's current stipend, the growth of the city, the state of the economy, the city's budget, and the amount of time that council spends on city business. So those were the talking points that led them to the decision that they made. If approved, the increase will go into effect January 1st, 2027. And with that, I'll just leave it up to council for any questions.
Okay, any questions for our Assistant City Clerk? Okay. I guess Chris will turn to you. Do we have any requests to speak from the public?
We do have 2. They are from our 2 commissioners, from Lee Pevsner and Belinda Burnett.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's so good you are sitting up there and you still know. All right, Belinda and then Mr. Pevsner.
I had this whole thing written down, and you know how much I get nervous sitting up here. First off, thank you for choosing to support our community by sitting on the city council. There's a lot of work to do, and it's important work to do. For those who don't know too much about the stipend commission, we're just a group of 7 people. We come with whatever background we have. We do not have the advantage of seeing what the budget is looking like. So we have no idea if things are doing fabulous or there's concerns. So when we're talking about what we'd like to see that you guys get. I tend to be more on the conservative level. I was a city employee for over 25 years. So I've seen the highs and the lows, the layoffs, and how money can change really fast. Financial conditions that cause a problem. With that being said, I am not for the increase that they've set. It's not that it's a 200% increase from this year to the next one. What employee gets a 200% increase in their salary? But also I'm glad I was here to hear the budget and hearing what the shortfall is. If you would, and you're empowered to not accept it, but to lower it. You can't raise it, but you can lower it. And you've got a shortfall going. And if you would consider doing like $700 for the council, $800 for the mayor, I have a feeling would help your shortfall in that way, because based on a stat that I had heard from your finance director, that increase was going to be at, I think, $47,000 increase. Lowering that down, that $23,000 that she was talking about today would be covered based on my light math. So I hope you will take that into, okay? I hope you'll take it in consideration. And thank you guys for your service.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pevsner.
Well, I too thank you for appointing me to the commission. I enjoyed serving. I want to give you some feedback that I got from serving on the commission. There were 3 younger people, and from the get-go, they talked enthusiastically, positively, lovingly about how you served our community. And they felt you needed more compensation. And they stuck with that. They did it the first meeting, and then between the first meeting and the second meeting, they did homework. They called some of you to ask you how many hours you spent out in the community. It was a warm feeling, and to see this kind of feedback, and I assume and hope you're getting that from the community in other ways, but it was very positive. At the first meeting, I was not totally unaware that there were some budget pressures. I made a motion that you should receive an increase of $200 a month for the city council members and $200 for the mayor. It died for lack of a second. The motion that passed was $1,012.50. I voted no on that motion because I'd already made one. Same one that Brenda made a minute ago. But I'd like to go on record as saying the final meeting, the votes cast, I voted with the young people. I voted to give you the big bucks. Now, you'd have to be kind of deaf and blind to the realities of the political optics of giving yourselves a huge raise. I hope you do it. To give you some context, there are general law cities and there are charter cities. And the general law cities, they have a formula that's used based on population to give you a reference point of what a city council person should make. Our population, it's $1,900 a month. So we'd be getting off cheap if we gave you $1,000 a month. Anyhow, thanks for letting me serve on the committee, and thank you for the good work you do.
Thank you, Mr. Pevsner. Jennifer, any additional input from the public?
That's all we have, Mayor.
Bring it back to council. And again, the stipend, we have a stipend setting commission. They recommended council at $1,000, mayor monthly stipend of $1,250. Discussion. Councilor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the commissioners. I want to inform our conversation with a little bit more information. So what these 5 or 6 commissioners did was a task that was set for them by Merced residents back in 2020. Councilmember Boyle will remember the Charter Review Committee. We had a committee, and the council then approved something that became Measure L. As the chair of the committee, I wrote the ballot argument in favor of Measure L. There was no argument filed in opposition. And as a city attorney can tell you, when voters are asked to decide yes or no, it's the ballot argument that informs what we deem the voter to have believed when he or she voted yes or no. I'll read you an excerpt from our committee's argument in favor of Measure L. We expect our elected leaders to put in an honest effort and commit the time to actively learn about the needs of our community and then work together to address those needs. City residents would be in an even stronger position to impose that accountability by reasonably compensating council members and the mayor for what should at least amount to a part-time job. We may also enable a resident who may not be able to otherwise afford to serve on council to do so. Measure L closes this loophole. The ballot argument concludes, let's strengthen Merced residents' ability to keep our leaders accountable. Vote yes on Measure L. The measure passed basically 2-1 with 63.24% of the electorate in that election voting in favor. So I'd ask you not to frame this in the context of voting ourselves a raise. This is the system our charter has in place to hold us accountable. And I don't think that each of us getting $1,000 a month before taxes or $12,000 a year somehow converts this into a legitimate part-time job where we can do nothing else. This is the amount of money that the residents think that our job is worth, and they expect us to do a good job at it. So I accept the committee's recommendation for what it is and for these reasons, because it's how they keep us accountable.
Well put. Councilmember DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Smith, for setting that stage. Now, given our budget situation currently being in a deficit for now 2 years in a row, as well as the state of the state, it becomes more and more difficult to sit up here and say, yes, it's okay to give ourselves raises. I think it is not good timing and does not allow for really what we really need to be focused on, which is attacking the issues of the city. And I understand the recommendations from the stipend committee, but I don't think it's, in my good conscience, the proper time to provide raises to ourselves.
Additional thoughts? Anybody else want to jump out there? I'd support it. I think a lot of the reasons Councilmember Smith stated, you know, it's obviously it's for us. We're gonna start getting it January 1st, but also too, it's for future council members as well. And I think the big point too is, you know, a lot of us up here are blessed to have, you know, good paying jobs, and we're in a good position. But for some people, you know, it could matter because, you know, one, there's expenses involved. So this is what we get paid, but there's also expenses. We're expected to attend a lot of events. I think we're all very, and to this council's credit, this council is very generous when it comes to donating to the community as well. I think this will potentially enable us to do even a little more. And, you know, I certainly share the sentiment that we do this, you know, for public service, that we're not doing this to certainly enrich ourselves. And I mean, this still, it's not exactly lavish, right? It's still probably certainly below minimum wage for the time we put in. So, you know, I think it can certainly hold, you know, water in that regard, where it's not exactly we're, you know, lavishing ourselves with all kinds of city resources. And I think, and all of us too are, and I've seen it firsthand from so many of the council members up here, is people are very generous with the community, and we're constantly giving back and donating back as well. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Smith, for bringing forward what the verbiage was, and it is about accountability. And, you know, as awkward as it is to discuss how much we should be paid, this is the recommendation from the commission. I will say, and Mayor, you briefly touched on this, was it's not just for us, it's for the future council. We had the same discussion 2 years ago in 2024 when there were 4 of us up for election, not knowing who was going to be in these seats. And so even though we're up here approving it, it's not just for us, it's for the future. Not approving it today, what is it going to look like in 2 years, and are we going to be falling behind on what those members should be paid for the accountability? So.
I looked at some other cities too. Modesto, for example, $31,000 for the council. Modesto is a, you know, significantly bigger city, and $57,000 for the mayor of Modesto. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Smith, for that summation and putting it like that. It was a well put. I agree with you. I agree with you, Mayor. I do want to thank the commission for the work that they did and for the thought they put into it. They did do their homework. I know I was contacted. I know others were contacted, and we gave them the information that they requested. So I think they made an informed recommendation. So I'm in favor of it.
All right, anybody else? Councilmember Tao, Councilmember Zhang, or is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay. All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Harris, second from Councilmember Tao. Councilmember Zhang. Pending discussion, so Councilmember Zhang, go ahead.
Yeah, so the way I tend to think about how council works, I personally would like to see us do this full-time and have that salary tied to the median income here in Merced. I think a lot of us up here are really privileged and being able to do this work and do our day job. But at that same point, we don't see the struggles that working class families have. And so I think for us to make decisions up here, in my opinion, it's best to be in those positions. I know this is not that, obviously, but that would be where my goal is. Considering this increase, I would say I don't support this for the time being. I think that it doesn't get us closer to where I want us to be. And then on top of that, I think that $23,000, I love to see that used for other things. And to us, it's more insignificant than it is to a family that is struggling. And so I'd rather see that money put back into the community. So yeah, where I stand, I oppose this.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. All right, additional comments? All right, we have a pending motion and a second. Jennifer.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember Tao. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2026-25, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, adopting the Citizen Stipend Setting Commission's recommendation to increase the monthly stipend it deems appropriate for the City Council and the Mayor pursuant to Section 402 of the City of Merced Charter. Mayor and Council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember DuPont and Zhang voting no.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, onward. K2.
Okay, agenda item K2, approval of public participation procedures in compliance with Senate Bill SB 707. Good evening, Council. Coming from our discussion from our last meeting, staff kind of went back and worked a little bit more on what would be more of a reasonable way of cutting off a time for registration. And so with that, we were able to then be able to do what the discussion kind of came up from last meeting was if we can kind of, instead of cutting off the registration at the beginning of the agenda item, we can do it further down during the item whenever the mayor decides to call for public comment. And then there'll be a dialogue that would go between the two of us we can have, those that registered for telephonic to go first, those that are in person will go second, and then the mayor will then ask if there are any more speakers. The clerk would say no, and then that would open up where the mayor can say, anyone interested in speaking on this item, register now. We'll wait a few seconds, and then the mayor can then say, we'll close the registration, and then whoever has registered in that time frame can still speak, similar to what we do here in person, where we would have people line up and speak, and then we'll have some last minute speakers come through. So it'll be the same concept via telephonic and also in person as well. And so what you see on the screen here is just what the user would see when they're registering to speak. So they would fill out this registration form. You can choose any of the items just that you want to speak on, and then they can register from there. They can stay on the phone. They can have a phone call them and let them know that their item's coming up as well. So it kind of gives you more of a visual of what the user in will look like when they're registering to vote or registering to speak. And that is either in person or virtually that they can use the registration for. So with that, I can take any comments or questions you guys may have.
Questions for our city clerk? Okay, seeing none. Councilor Jean.
Just a quick question with regards to the interface. Would it block out items that have previously closed?
Correct, yes.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
So it would gray it out, so it wouldn't, you can still see the item there, but you wouldn't be able to choose that to speak on.
Any requests to speak from the public on this?
We do not have any for this item.
Okay. All right. It looks good to me. I like this, the line of little colloquy you have, I think that's really good and clear.
So we'll have that dialogue during the public comment period. That way, it'll give enough reasonable time for people that want to speak. So if someone's speaking and a thought pops into someone's head, they'll still be able to have that time to do it, as opposed to, closing it out at the beginning of the agenda item.
I think to your point, it's a much better time than at the beginning.
Right.
Because it's a natural.
And it kind of mirrors what we're currently kind of doing now, in a sense, but at least it makes it clear for those that are participating telephonically as well as in person as well. And we'll have that dialogue for each item where you'll ask me if there's anybody else, and then we can just move on from there.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle?
If someone doesn't select the call my phone when the meeting starts, but they're wanting to attend virtually, will that be a disruption for you guys, or will you see, hey, they checked virtually?
So on our end, we'll see that whoever has requested to speak on a certain item will have their names listed, and we can also see if they are connected or not.
Okay.
I think we need to still kind of work that piece out on whether or not we're going to announce that they need to
kind of hang out, and then when the item comes up, you can see if they're on. But
yeah,
if
so
not,
they can
then
stay
you
on the line
call
if they wanted to.
Okay.
They'll also get an email letting them know, like 4 hours before the meeting, that these are the items that you registered for.
Okay, thank you
You're
for the
welcome.
clarification.
All right. Anybody else? Okay. Councilor Jean?
Would they be able to listen into the meeting via the phone while they're in queue?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And it does cue them up saying, like you're going to speak up soon, and then it'll make prompts for them while they're on the phone as well.
Okay, I guess in my head, I'm just trying to get ahead of where folks are on the phone and listening to it live, and then you get all the feedback. So, yeah.
Councilor Smith?
Where do we come down with having operator-assisted remote participation?
As far as having an additional person kind of queuing people in, well, there's two of us, so we have talked about it. It's called a huddle in this program. It is something we could probably look into, but we would need an additional person to probably sit in the back and kind of do that portion of that, because with the both of us, we wouldn't be able to do that live during the meeting. We'd have to have a third additional person in the back kind of facilitating that.
Mr. Benioff says it looks like you might want to say something. No? Okay.
Just on standby.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is a little bit off topic, and Superintendent Stocking is here. I don't know if the school district still does this, but I mean, I'm forever going to have PTSD from our pandemic era school board meetings. We, the district, had a third person off camera who was assisting callers into the meeting because people have a hard time with technology. I certainly do. But the number of times that the clerk had to say, "Sir, can you please turn off your computer?" Because it's like calling into a radio show.
Yeah.
They were getting feedback, and I just am concerned that, we're going to have to road test either way, but I think we're going to learn quickly that we need to be helping our online callers.
So we do have prompts and language that we'll have set up that does kind of encourage them when they are on the phone or ready to talk, to turn whatever outside noise that they have down. I mean, we probably will get that at the beginning just because it's new for everybody. But I think once everyone kind of gets the hang of it, I think it'll be a little bit smoother sailing. I just know that at the beginning, it'll probably be a little bit of a learning curve for all of us.
Yeah.
But we do have a lot of material that kind of gives people direction on how to do this and, what to expect and things like that. So, and hopefully they'll be able to do it. But I mean,
Right.
we'll be able to adjust if those things happen.
Have we heard it? Is there any other municipalities in the area who've gone to this 707 compliant process already? Like, what's their experience? Do we know?
I think there's quite a few. We're actually going to try to meet up with the city of Bakersfield. They're doing the same program we are. I think we're a few steps ahead. So just to kind of get feedback from them of what they're doing and kind of give them feedback of what we're doing to kind of help each other out to make sure we're not missing any gaps in between our thought process on this.
Okay. So back to the topic at hand. I mean, I think the short-handed council last time made the right decision in terms of allowing people to make a comment online after the start of the comment period, just like we do in person. I think it's going to be incumbent on the mayor to make sure that we don't reopen public comment in the middle of the item. Again, my experience on the school board was that once we get back to the body, people in the room have a filter, people online don't have the filter. And so we need to avoid debating the public through the speaker system. That's not really a criticism of the mayor. I'm just saying that's the concern. Last question. Are we all going to be in here over the 4th of July to rehearse?
So staff, we have been working for the last few weeks to work on it internally, just to get us used to the process and how we're going to do it. But as of July 6th, that will be our launch date for that. So
our dress rehearsal is the live show.
our dress rehearsal is the live show, yes.
All right, okay. All right, thank you.
All right, additional comments, questions? Jennifer, what are you looking for from us tonight? Just direction or you need a motion?
I do need a motion.
All right, is there a motion?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Jennifer. K3.
Okay, agenda item K3, consideration of the first reading of an ordinance adding a new chapter 8.53 of the Merced Municipal Code to create a repeat housing code violators program.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Craig Cornwell, City Attorney. I had every plan to have this on second reading as part of your consent item. And then I thought it was wise that I changed 2 words. So we are here on first reading. I won't go back through the presentation, but this is our repeat housing code violator program. It is written to address the most frequent violators of our landlords in the city. And 3 violations over a 12-month period lands you on our list. And when we come back for the second reading, I anticipate being able to talk about separate administrative fines for being on the list. We've been conducting surveys, and we'll be able to have that discussion. But now if I can go to the changes, and I have, talking about technology, I lost a fight with technology. I would like to show council section 8.53.060, subsection D. Okay, thank you. Now, this is our rebuttable presumption section for tenants that file a complaint and a landlord who is trying to gain possession of the property within 12 months of the complaint. My intention in writing this section was for owner to equal a repeat housing code violator. But I thought it'd just be prudent and clear that that is what that section is referring to. So if approved, the section would read that a tenant filing a complaint against a repeat housing code violator can avail themselves of the rebuttable presumption for 12 months. Now, for our tenants that have issues with landlords outside of our ordinance, the state legislature under the civil code has section 1942.5 that deals with retaliatory evictions, and they can avail themselves of that statute. But this change allows us to retain the theme that this ordinance is dealing with the repeat housing code violator. There was one. One other small change that was on the last version. In the section dealing with owner must provide all current tenants a copy of the notice of designation form within 30 days of owner's receipt. An owner must provide all prospective tenants a copy of the notice of designation. I'm requesting we add back for so long as the notice of designation is in effect, particularly because that section deals with prospective tenants. We want it to be clear how long that obligation lasts. And that would, those two changes would bring the ordinance up to date with all of council's and the community's input so far, and we would be able to move to the second reading at our next meeting. And I can take questions at this point, or I can stand aside for public comment.
Okay. Questions for our city attorney? Anything from the public, Jennifer?
I do have 6 requests to speak forms.
All right.
If I could get Monique Torres, Blue, Rocio, LaTanya Richard, and Blanca Ojeda.
Was my name not on there?
We could switch one to Ashley, I think. I don't blame him for leaving here. Okay, Blanca or Ashley, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, council members.
I'm going to be speaking on behalf of some of the residents that were here earlier. They had to leave. So I'll save my own comment for last, just because I think what they have to say is more important, and I'm really here to uplift their needs. This is from Monique. She says, I support the anti-slumlord ordinance, but I want more protections. The policy should say corrections needed to be made within 30 days by the landlord. I think they should also set criteria for red tagging a building that results in a notice to vacate. I want this policy to protect vulnerable tenants that might not know their rights and therefore get taken advantage of. Please consider the changes we want to see before voting. That was one. And one of the other residents that left, LaTanya, so her comment says, Hello, council, mayor, and residents. LaTanya Richard. I'm here to say I support the Repeat Housing Code Violators Program. It just needs some updates and changes. I would like council to be specific on the time frame for them cure the uncorrected violations. The current time frame is vague. A cap of 30 days will put landlords on notice that this program is serious. If they prove they are doing the work and acting in good faith, they will not be fined. The language on good faith is also very vague. I would like you to add direct language on what good faith means, such as receipts showing hiring of workers and or buying supplies, loan or funding applications to show they are attempting to secure the money to make repairs. I also ask re-inspections within 6 weeks are done to ensure all repairs have been made, the property is up to code and safe for occupation. This matters to me because no one, whether disabled, ill, elderly, or even regular able-bodied people, should be forced to just accept uninhabitable housing out of fear of being evicted or having their rent raised. Someone mentioned HUD funding for housing. If you secure that funding, will you create a funding for city monies to assist undocumented residents? Because this season of America is sponsored by racism, so undocumented people are left out of receiving support from HUD funding. And lastly, my comment, I'm trying to fit everybody's comment in. I appreciate the council working very hard on this policy. We've been in conversations with most of the council members, and thank you so much for hearing our concerns.
Thank you. Ms. Suarez.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the development of the Repeat Housing Code Violators Program. A lot of the community members are very satisfied with the work that has been done at this point. While residents would like to see the retaliation presumption apply to all landlords, they are satisfied with this amendment, so thank you. The following are some minor improvements that Council can provide direction to amend this evening. The policy should specify that the notice of the owner's opportunity to cure the uncorrected violations are set to within 30 days or less as set forth in the notice to give code enforcement officers discretion, but to also cap that at 30 days instead of within a reasonable period, which is the language that is used in the policy as it is vague. As mentioned by the residents' comment, code enforcement's reasonable time period should be capped at those 30 days because there's already policy language that includes provision that if the city assesses that the owner is already making good faith progress towards curing the violation, that daily fee won't apply to them. Clarifying the timeline protects tenants by placing specific timelines to hold the negligent landlords accountable, which is the point of this policy, while not harming the owners that need some extra time just because they might not have the money at the moment or the orders coming in a little late or whatever that is, as long as they're proving that they're making good faith progress. And on that same note, defining what that good faith progress means in the policy would also be super helpful to further define maybe examples such as showing invoices of paid materials for violation corrections or concrete evidence that that work is underway. Similarly, the policy should further define what would make a violation so extensive and of such nature that the immediate health and safety of residents is endangered when it comes to code enforcement determining that there's a notice of vacate is necessary. This would ensure that conditions that are so substandard, that there's criteria specifically to identify what those conditions are, so as not to overlook a condition that is horrible, but may not be, up to the discretion of that officer, might not be considered super bad, or on the flip side, something that isn't necessary for them to vacate results in their displacement. Tenants would also like to see re-inspections scheduled within 6 weeks of the initial inspection to make sure that the code enforcement officer or the team is doing prompt follow-ups on the case. Based on some of the records that I have looked at from code enforcement, there seems to be like some gaps in when the code enforcement officer returns. I'm not quite sure if that is due to the tenant having to call the code enforcement to come back out again, or if that's just how long they wait for reinspection. So having specific set timeline would be super helpful in making sure that these calls are addressed in a prompt manner. And again, we urge council to provide direction to the legal counsel team to reflect these changes before the final reading and adoption of the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. All right, Jennifer, anyone else?
That's all we have, Mayor.
All right, we'll bring it back to council. Discussion, questions, or a motion? Councilmember Smith?
I think everybody's tired. I appreciate your changes, City Attorney Cornwall. I put them in the category of good catches. You're right, the repeat housing violator is the subset of owner that we're focused on. I appreciate you making the rebuttal presumption timeline extended. At this point, I feel like this ordinance, other than these technical amendments, reflects a compromise between two sides on a very important issue. I'm hesitant at this point to make any further changes, even if we continue to discuss, and for all the reasons we've discussed ad nauseum in other meetings. It's difficult to know what any particular uninhabitable condition looks like and what it's going to take to fix it. So I'm comfortable with reasonable time at this point. And then just add that things like good faith efforts has some definition in case law. So I think, should this ordinance move forward, it'll be something that can in fact be implemented and enforced.
Okay.
And seeing no further people reaching for their microphone, I'll make a motion to approve as amended by the city attorney.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any additional comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll call for the question, Jen.
You have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember Harris. The motion will include the introduction of Ordinance 2591, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, adding a new Chapter 8.53, Repeat Housing Code Violators Program, to the Merced Municipal Code. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Craig. Culmination of years of work.
Okay, agenda item K4, approval of City Council Administrative Policy and Procedure C10, disruption of meetings.
All right, on the exciting topic of meeting disruptions. Service is not the one.
Good afternoon, or good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem,
Almost good
Mr.
morning.
City Manager, Mr. City Attorney, and council members. I am in front of you on your most favorite topic, SB 707. The good news is this is the last of the policies that will need to be adopted at this point in time for SB 707 compliance. As I mentioned in the presentation I gave 6 weeks ago, give or take, one of the requirements of 707 is that you adopt a policy not on consent dealing with disruptions and specifically technical disruptions. So in front of you is the proposed policy C10 that handles what to do with technical disruptions, as well as a disruptive member in the audience who's either in public or online.
Questions for our Chief Deputy City Attorney? Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything for this item.
Back to council for questions, discussion, or a motion.
Motion.
Second.
All right, pending any further discussion, seeing none. Jennifer?
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dupont and a second by Councilmember Harris. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2026-23, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, adopting Administrative Policy and Procedure C10, disruption of meetings. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang absent.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Rod.
Okay, agenda item K5, adoption of a resolution authorizing the engineering department to apply for the California Transportation Commission 2027 Active Transportation Program Cycle 8 grant.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, Laura, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Laura Ivancic, Management Analyst with the Engineering Department. So tonight we are seeking approval to apply for the Active Transportation Program Cycle 8 grant. Just a little bit of background here. So the California Transportation Commission issued a call for projects back on March 24th of this year. The application deadline is June 22nd of this month. So the city staff worked to propose a Safe Routes to School citywide grant application. We collaborated with multiple agencies, Merced City School Districts, Weaver School District, MCOE, and MCAG. The purpose and the goals of the Active Transportation Program are to encourage active modes of transportation, such as walking, bicycling, and rolling throughout the city, improving public health and promoting physical activity, creating connectivity, as well as accessibility, especially with disadvantaged communities, such as areas burdened by environmental pollution, socioeconomic hardships, and health disparities. We did extensive outreach over the last few months. We had a few different outreach meetings that we conducted over at Tenaya Middle School here in the Sandpipes room, as well as Farmdale Elementary. We also presented to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee, and we had a few different presentations at Family Engagement Night, which was located at Rivera Middle School, as well as a presentation and a resolution adoption with the Merced City School District at their local board meeting. We have a fairly extensive list that we have compiled from all of these outreach events and the responses that we received as well from all of the community members. These locations are compiled with all of the feedback and include 6 different HAWK locations, multi-use paths, curb and gutter, street lighting, and sidewalk connectivity improvements for sidewalk gaps that are located throughout the city. They all benefit local schools within the area, and we listed those as well and the estimates. This is just the next page of projects. The list of improvements, as I previously mentioned, include improved ADA ramps, improved sidewalks, flashing beacons, which would be similar to the crossing that's in front of the police department on M Street, new and improved crosswalks, street lighting, and HAWK systems. So what HAWK systems are high-intensity activated crosswalks. They look similar to a stoplight. We have them estimated to be at 6 locations throughout the city at mid-block crossings. And so how they work is that a pedestrian will go up to the system, it's activated by a push button, and this will create a sequence of flashing yellow lights and then red lights into a solid red light. So it acts as a stop sign or a red light to drivers. So per Caltrans guidelines, these systems increase driver yielding and reduce pedestrian crash risks, which is why we've looked at putting these at very high traffic areas. So our recommendation tonight is to adopt the resolution authorizing us to pursue this grant application that is due June 22nd of this year. Our engineer's estimate is about $8.8 million for those project lists. The match that we are requesting through Measure V is about $885,000, which is 10% of the engineer's estimate, which puts the grant request at about a little over $7.9 million. And I'm here for questions, and City Engineer Jordan is as well.
Okay. Thank you, Laura. Questions? Now, if we apply for all, what's the, how competitive is it, 1, and 2, what's the likely, is there enough funding potentially for all of it? Are they gonna piecemeal it?
So this grant is highly competitive. We are up against the entire state and all the agencies in the state that are going after it. So as far as the project list that's up there, we are looking to pursue all of those that are listed. So if we are awarded this grant, that would be the desire, is to design the project with all of those in mind. As you guys have seen, the construction costs have been high, so there may have to be some scoping that's adjusted once we get into design if we get the grant awarded.
How much money is in there total statewide, do you know?
I do not know that off the top of my head, but I can get you that information.
Okay. All right, questions from the council? Jennifer, anything from the public?
We do have 2 request to speak forms from Juliana Stocking and May Clifford. We may just have Juliana speak.
Okay. Stocking.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and community. Juliana Stocking, Superintendent for Merced City School District. I'm here in support of the ATP grant. I would also like to thank all of the collaborative work that we have done as a collective. This journey starts before the development of this grant. In the 24-25 school year, Merced City School District began a collaborative, safe entrance and egress to city schools assessment process with Merced PD. In May 19th of 2025, we were invited to attend the traffic committee in support of the MCSD items on the agenda. June 4th of 2025, we held a collaborative meeting and were invited with the city as well as Merced and MPD to discuss the outcomes of the agenda items. July of 2025 through September of 2025, maintenance items were completed by the City of Merced as a result of the collaboration and recommendations. February 9th of 2026, we held another follow-up meeting to discuss remaining projects to the next steps. We're happy to say that on March 11th, 2026, we also held a meeting to conceptualize these plans for the ATP grant application, as well as numerous opportunities for community input. I'd like to thank Laura, our Planning Commission, MPD, and the collaborative work and your support in these efforts. For us as a district, you will many times hear us use the theme, one team, one community. Next year will be one team, one community, one purpose. For us, that is centered on safety for our children and our families. This grant could mean potential updates and supports for up to 14 of our 18 school sites here for our pre-K through 8th grade facilities. In addition, this will include safety improvements such as ADA ramps and curb upgrades surrounding our school areas, flashing beacons and crosswalk signage as mentioned here earlier, intersection safety improvements, updated drop-off and pickup zones, as well as safer pedestrian route zones. Why does this matter? This increases student safety to and from school. It encourages walking and biking, strengthens community-wide infrastructure, and reflects proactive collaborative safety planning as a collective in our community with our organizations. For that, we thank you, and we're here in strong support.
Thank you very much for your comments and for sticking with us all these hours.
Nice to be on this side. That's all we have, Mayor.
Okay. Back to council. Councilor Smith.
So the young lady who is here in the Girl Scout uniform is May Clifford. She's an 8th grader at Hoover Middle School. She and her mom decided to leave because it's a school night and it was getting late. I have her comment. I think I'm not going to, you guys are all tired of me talking and extending the meeting. I will circulate May Clifford's comment to the city clerk so she can give it to council and make it part of the written record, but I just want to say that she stands fully in support, and she talked to her teachers and her friends, and they're concerned about safety walking to school, and they think if we took this step, that more kids would walk and bike to school.
Councilor DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Laura, for the great work you have done on this, as well as the team. There's a lot of good projects on here that I have been hearing in my district to ensure student safety. So thank you for the good work, and I'm in full support of this. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. It's not if you receive the grant, it's when you receive the grant. And with that, I will motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion and a second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro
Hold up, I
Tem.
think I have a comment.
Pending any further discussion, Councilmember Jean.
Yeah, so I should explain why I'm gonna vote no on this. It's not that I don't support safer routes to school. I definitely think we need more. I don't think that this does what is needed. I always advocate for actual physical infrastructure that reduces speed. If we're looking at curb extensions, we're looking to reduce lanes, we're looking at raised crosswalks, dedicated protected bike paths. I think that adding in a hawk signal and the items described in these projects, I don't think they do enough. And so I want us to start investing dollars into actual physical infrastructure changes that actually makes it safer for our students, our kids to walk to school or bike to school. And so as bad as it sounds, I'm not gonna support it here because I think we need to aim to do better.
Councilor DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. You should go talk to the cross guard that is at Highway 140 each morning trying to keep children safe crossing Highway 140. We don't control Caltrans. We don't control their thoroughfares. If we can put a hawk system there and allow for a safer route for not only the people that are working there as a cross guard, but also for our students, I'm always in support in any ways that we can find more funding from the state that is using our dollars that they take locally to bring back here and spend for the safety of our children and the safety of our cross guards. We should always be supporting that.
All right. Yeah, I think let's hope Mayor Pro Tem Boyle's thought we can think this into and then hopefully we get all this grant and then we could keep the focus on making everything as good and as safe as possible around these schools. All right, additional discussion. Of course, seeing none, with motion and a second. Time to vote.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2026-30, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, to apply for grant funding for the California Transportation Commission 2027 Active Transportation Program. Mayor and Council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
On to case 6.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item
Laura.
K6, adoption of a resolution approving the fiscal year 26-27 project list for the Road Repair Accountability Act SB1 Local Streets and Roads Funding.
Hello again. So tonight before you is the project list for fiscal year 26-27 for the next round of SB1 funding. The anticipated allocation for this upcoming year is a little over 2.7 million. And so the project list every year has carryover projects that we have funded by SB1 that are still either under construction, under design, or still on the list that we want to make sure that they're still allocated for SB1. And we also have a list of new projects as well. So we are seeking support tonight to move forward. This is due to the California Transportation Commission no later than July 1st of this year.
Thank you. Laura, questions? Jennifer, any public comment?
We don't have anything for this item.
Okay. Back to council. Questions, comments, or motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Motion second. I think it's getting close to election day, so time to vote. Do our civic duty.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember DuPont. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2026-26, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, adopting a list of projects for fiscal year 26-27 funded by SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017. Mayor and Council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Jennifer. Case 7.
Okay, agenda item K7, adoption of a resolution approving the Administrating Agency State Program Supplement Number F041 and Agreement Summary E-76 for a Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Program Grant CML-5085 064, project number CP 260052, CMAC sidewalks on West Ave, Fig Ave, and Home Ave project for the use of $46,920 in CMAC grant funding in preliminary engineering.
Laura, two things. One, I think Jennifer just summarized the whole thing, and two, Daryl looks very happy realizing you can go up there and do all the work.
Okay, so this one is a new CMAQ project that we actually applied for back in October of 2024, along with the approved CMAQ that is over by Community College Drive, the multi-use path that's in design right now. This one got waitlisted until funding was made available. MCAG notified us toward the end of last year that it was available and amended the FTIP. So we got the approved program supplement agreement. So we are here before you tonight requesting the preliminary engineering funding for the sidewalk infill project that is over on West, Fig, and Home. It is in that area of McGregor, RS&T that we've done all those projects already. And so these are just those sidewalk infills that we're trying to create all of that connectivity down there. And so we're seeking approval tonight to move forward on that.
Okay. 5-vote item per our city attorney. Questions on this South Merced sidewalk project? Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
Back to council. Questions, comments, discussion, motion?
Motion.
Second.
Is there a second? Councilmember Tao, is that a request to speak, sir? All right, motion second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Jennifer.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember Tao. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2026-27, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, approving federal aid projects program supplement agreement number F041. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Daryl. K8.
Agenda item K8, request to schedule a public hearing on June 15, 2026 to allow for public input on the various maintenance districts' engineers' reports and budgets for fiscal year 26-27 during the public meeting.
Thank you.
Good evening. So we're going to make this one quick too. We're going to be back in 2 weeks to, excuse me, have our public hearing on the maintenance district budgets for this next fiscal year. So as we know, we have 39 maintenance districts within the city of Merced, and all of their engineers' reports have been made available at the clerk's office for anyone to go in and look at any of those documents. Here is the map of all of our maintenance districts that we have in Merced. And I will just touch on a couple of these for right now. So with Quail Creek, Oakmont 3, Northwood Village, and Oakbrook, Ridgeview Meadows, those were the successful assessment increases that passed. So thankfully, we were able to increase services in those areas. And again, those are reflected on their engineers' reports. We have $100,000 for doing eucalyptus and general tree maintenance in Veterans Park 2. And as you see, we still have weekly landscape services in the maintenance districts listed there. We have bi-weekly landscape services in a handful of those maintenance districts also listed. Unfortunately, we are only able to do monthly landscape services in Village Landing, Mansionette, and Paulson. Ferens Park 1, which I'm sure there will be a lot of concern about that area, and especially when there is a big difference in how it looks right now coming this next year. We are reducing that from biweekly service to quarterly. Pleasanton Park, that is another area where we'll have to reduce landscape services from monthly to quarterly. And Campus North will stay at what it is right now, which is 2 times a year. And Hanson Park and Olivewood, those will only be on an as-needed basis or if there is available funding. Okay. These are the areas that we still have money in the CPI for, or CIP projects for LED lighting. These are the maintenance districts that we have for sidewalk, curb, and gutter repair and replacement for this next year. Our tree trimming, removal, and replacement list. And the budget highlights for Farrens 1. So this is what the engineer's report ended up looking like. Will be coming to council in 2 weeks. As I stated, the landscape services will be reduced from biweekly to quarterly. We will have irrigation on for only 3 months during the summer, and the main focus will be to try to make sure that the established trees that are there will be managed and be able to stay there. There are no funds for replacement expenses when it comes to the storm pump. And we will be using the district's reserves that they have, not the cities, but the district itself, their reserves to do this budget. And that level of funding would only be able to be sustained for 2 years at this level. This was also provided to you. This is all of the budget summaries for all of the different maintenance districts that we have. In 2 weeks, we will also be bringing forward the districts that we feel are still underfunded and asking for direction from council if you would like us to go back out for a ballot measure again, and we can provide a little bit more information in 2 weeks about those costs, things like that, what that looks like. But these are still the districts that we consider that are underfunded. So as I stated, we will have the public hearing in 2 weeks on June 15th. And at that time, we will ask to have the resolution approved that will adopt the engineer's budgets and go from there. Any questions?
Questions? Hey, Councilor Smith.
I hate to do this real quick. You mentioned that Mansionette and Paulson Place are having their services reduced to monthly. Did I get that correct? Right?
Currently, they are monthly right now. We were hoping that we could increase those, so they will stay at monthly.
For those districts, wherever they are, that are kind of just maintaining, but maybe the landscaping is falling behind, is there any talk about maybe putting those out to a ballot to try to increase funding?
Definitely. If that was something that the council would want us to do, we could definitely bring forward information about those districts and doing that.
Would that be something we would do in our next meeting, or is that direction you're looking for today?
No, it would be for the next meeting.
Okay, then I will hold my further comments, but thank you for the information.
More questions? Jennifer, any public comment?
We don't have anything for this item.
Okay, back to council for discussion and/or additional questions or a motion. The only request today is just to continue or set the public hearing or.
Correct. Yes, the motion to set the public hearing for next, in June 15th.
Thank you as always for all your hard work on maintenance district.
Motion.
Second.
What do you think? I think Shane got you. All right. DuPont and Smith.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Councilmember Smith. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, agenda item L, business. L1, request to add item to future agenda.
On the left, Councilmember Tao, anything for future agenda, sir?
Nothing for me.
Councilmember Smith.
No, sir.
Councilmember Harris.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember Jean.
Nothing.
Councilmember DuPont.
Nothing.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Nothing this evening.
All right, nothing from me.
Agenda item L2, city council comments.
On my right, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Nothing this evening.
Councilmember DuPont.
No comments.
Councilmember Jean.
Nothing.
Harris.
Good night, all.
Smith.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Tao.
No comment.
All right, we got done before 11.
Okay, agenda item M, adjournment.
I would like to actually motion tonight's adjournment in honor of Ralph Ramirez, who passed away this last week. He was a business owner and farmer in the community and would like to adjourn in his honor.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second
Smith.
by Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Mayor and
Pass.
council, please cast your votes. The motion passes unanimously.